Hi there, welcome along to the MODUS Super Series on this Champions Week. The race is on to get the hands on this trophy for the 12 players in action, and 6 of them have started their campaign in Group A already. A very, very special day today, of course. There'll be tricks, there'll be treats, there'll be thrills, spills and scares. But who hit the winning doubles yesterday? Let's find out. After day one at the MODUS Super Series Champions Week, a couple of players have a few cobwebs to blow off. Sebastian Białecki and Conan Whitehead both claimed 1 win apiece. Rob Grundy scared a few of his opponents, seen here in one of 2 4-3 defeats. His points tally of 4 could have been so much higher. Can he raise his spirits today? Steve West produced some monster finishing at times, but his day took a turn for the worse. 3 wins after 3 was still 3 wins after 5. Andreas Harrison was the man lurking, ready to leapfrog West. This treat of a checkout did the trick. It sparked a run of 4 straight legs to seal a 4th straight win. But it was Matt Dennant, the darting demon, who sent shivers down the spines of his rivals. The scholar drew first blood in Group A and sits at the top of the table. Does he have the potion to progress to finals night? Yeah, joining me to discuss what happened yesterday and preview what happened today, Paul Nicholson. Very happy Halloween. Dennant gave everyone something to be scared of, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he did a little bit. I think one of Matt's weaknesses in previous parts of his career has been the ability to start well. But I think if we look at yesterday objectively, he was given the opportunity to get a good start because Andreas didn't play well in the first game. And I think that 4-0 victory for Matt just set him out on the right path, and he made the most of it for me.
Well, let's have a look at that in terms of the table. It wasn't just him who won 4 out of 5. Andreas Harrison managed it as well. But there were a couple of players in the middle there, Paul, who might be slightly disappointed with their points tally come the end of the day.
Yeah, I get the feeling that Steve is quite disappointed with 6 points, considering he won his first 3 games and lost his last 2. But Robert Grundy was very up and down yesterday. I think what he's looking for today is a bit more consistency and maybe to be a bit more threatening against certain opponents, because he showed a lot of weakness on the stage. And I don't mean that in a nasty sense. I mean that as if he's showing exasperation a bit too much to his opponents, which fuels their hunger. And that's something a lot of players have got to learn.
Absolutely. Well, let's dig down into the detail a little bit more about the performances yesterday. Now, these, Paul, are the average ranges of all the players, and some quite interesting stuff there.
Yeah, you look at the bottom one. Harrison, 25.59 as a range, from his top average of 96 to his lowest of 70. If you look at what he did from game 2 all the way through to game number 5, he averaged over 92. So it was just that first performance that dragged everything down. But you look at Białecki, his range at just under 8 points. It's kind of what you need in round-robin form. You need to be a consistent performer, but unfortunately in a Champions Week, you need to throw in that explosive game as well, which didn't come yesterday.
Yeah, played like a zombie, didn't he, in the first match? Andreas Harrison, I'm going to do this all day, by the way, only rivaled by Henry Deacon, I'm sure, but really came back to life. And that's been reflected in the betting, not just for him, but for the 2 players who were favourites yesterday, Conan Whitehead and Sebastian Białecki. They're now the joint outsiders.
Yeah, you don't see that very often, but in a Champions Week where you've got definitive strength everywhere you look, it's always going to be possible. You look at West, who hasn't really moved. Dennant, who has gone up, obviously, after what he did yesterday. He looked very, very good. But Whitehead and Białecki not getting enough points for their liking, going towards the bottom at 10-1 at the minute, I think is very fair.
Day 1, you can't be dead and buried, can you?
No. Unless you lose all 5 games, which nobody did. But the fact remains that this is moving day in Champions Week, and if you want to win Group A, you're going to have to do something rather brilliant. You've got to put everything together, a bit like Frankenstein's monster, haven't you? So if you don't put it together, you might be playing on Thursday and Friday.
Well, let's see what the punters have been going for. This is the bet builder, put into a treble for today and backing Matthew Dennant. They like what they saw yesterday, minus 1.5 on the handicap against Rob Grundy. And then Białecki just hit at least 1 maximum in each of his games against West and Whitehead.
I quite like that top one. I think Dennant looked very calm and composed yesterday, and I think he's the kind of opponent that will cause problems for Grundy. But looking at Białecki and his 180 totals, that's one of the reasons why that's at 8-15 for 2 games. For me, they're a little bit risky because he's not noted as a big 180 hitter. If you look at someone like Steve West, for instance, he had 11 180s yesterday, so he's more than 2 per game. Sebastian's not doing that. He's not averaging 1 per game, so that's why that bet is in there.
Yeah, absolutely right. I'm going to let you go downstairs. Thanks for joining us for the start of the conversation here. We'll see you halfway through the day and we'll know plenty more. It is Champions Week, of course, here at the Super Series, and something wicked this way comes. The first match is Andreas Harrison against Steve West, and joining Paul in commentary, it's a very happy Halloween to Henry Deacon.
It's a happy Halloween to yourself, Chris, and to everybody joining us at home, wherever you're tuning into on this Tuesday morning for the MODUS Super Series. Is it going to be tricks or is it going to be treats here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth? Whose Cinderella story is going to come to a culmination on Saturday night? And who's going to be the pumpkin at the end of it all? Well, first off for us, Andreas Harrison in action against Steve West. These two met in the final battle of yesterday here at the Super Series. And it was the Swede that picked up the victory, going the better of West by 4 legs to 2. Steve West got off to a good start to the day. He won each of his opening 3 matches, but it just tailed off towards the tail end of the session. As Harrison, the winner of week 7 in the Super Series in Series 5, having lost his first game for disappointing average. In fact, his best and worst performances came in back-to-back matches. And the 48-year-old from Malila in Sweden, he's looking to kick on for the momentum that he built up towards the
first leg. It's
latter
Steve
ends
to
of
throw
yesterday.
first.
Charlie
Game
Cortavine
on.
is the man in the middle, and it's always a pleasure to have sat next to me in the commentary box. It's a very good morning and a very happy Halloween to Paul Nicholson.
Yeah, good morning, Henry, and
140.
welcome everybody on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Thanks for joining us on Tuesday morning, or indeed around the world. If it isn't morning where you are, welcome.
140.
I've seen some very good Halloween costumes on my social media feeds over the last few hours. I think maybe Mikuru Suzuki, who played here a few weeks
60.
ago, takes the bait with her costume. You can check out her profile and see what she did, but that shirt, Henry, is absolutely horrific, which means well done
100.
because it is Halloween. But down to the darts now. What was your take on yesterday?
It felt like the standard was brimming, but
100.
it didn't quite come to the boil. And there's still, for every player, something still left in the tank. Steve West coming out the traps fairly strongly.
100.
I think if Harrison was to have the same start as yesterday, West would have him for breakfast, no matter what level
60.
he has in the tank in the
Andreas
first
require
game.
161.
But already we're seeing Harrison having a more buoyant start.
When he was served an early morning bagel yesterday, Andreas Harrison
81.
losing 4-0
Steve
to Matt
require
Dennett in the opener.
141.
West has famously taken out a 1-4-1 in his favoured yellow shirt
65.
for 9 darter at Champions
Andreas
Week last time
require
out against
80.
Luke Littler. But Harrison with this 80 to take the opening leg against the darts is going to be the solitary dart at tops. And that's a lovely
Game shot on
guide.
the first
And he could
leg.
just nudge it on
Andreas
top.
Harrison.
And Harrison gets the break in the opener, leading Steve West by a leg to 0.
Second leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
So the Swede is already ahead of what he was doing yesterday. He's taken a leg in his first game.
140.
Funny enough, yesterday Steve had his best performance in his first game, but he didn't play until game 3. That was against Sebastian Białecki, where he put in
45.
the best individual performance of the entire day, 98.09. And I think Steve would be very happy with his overall average for the day of 92.84.
140.
But you do get the feeling that looking at 6 points, that wasn't enough considering he won his first 3 games of yesterday's session.
125.
And by stark contrast to yesterday, Andreas Harrison has got out the gate to some tune, averaging in these early exchanges 111.5.
60.
Left himself for finish again after 9, leaving himself 161 again after 9.
That's where these players expect
81.
to be.
Andreas, you require 161.
140 and a couple of tons to get to that big finish. And that gives you
100.
that 110 plus first 9, which is what you really want if you're playing well.
26. Andreas, you require 61.
Well, that was almost concessionary, that last start for Steve West, as Harrison looks for Tots for a 2-0 lead.
21.
You can afford to miss that one. The man who, in the practice room, barely says anything.
54.
And he's not alone.
Andreas, you require 40.
Double top.
Game
is
shot on the
found,
second low. Andreas
and
Harrison.
he's all alone on 2-0. West is left to scratch his head and wonder how he gets out of this one.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw first.
West
Game on.
left bereft, and if he loses this one, he would have lost 3 in succession, having won each of his opening 3 in this group.
41.
One of Steve's strengths yesterday was his first dart. When he was able to find it, that magnetism he has of getting maximum visits, it was
100.
there. He was the only person yesterday to average over 2 180s a match. Maybe accentuated by the fact that he got 4 180s against Andreas yesterday
60.
in the final game of the day. But it was still a game that he lost. If you look at Steve's overall numbers, whether
100.
it was the fact that he had the most 180s, the highest finish, the most ton plus checkouts, of which there were only 4 for the day. He had the highest average in a
83.
match. He had the highest running average. He had the highest everything, but finished in 3rd. If that doesn't prove that it's about the points, it's not about the
140.
stats that we go by, I don't think anything can be said again about numbers. Essentially, West was the best
100.
statistical
Andreas
player, but he
requires
wasn't in the most
161.
important category.
And for the 3rd consecutive leg, Harrison is left 161 after 9.
45.
But for Steve West in this game yesterday, it wasn't so much the missed doubles that came to his undoing. It was a missed single to not give him a dart at the double at the midway point.
91. Andreas, you require 116.
116 for a 3-0 lead and a double breaker throw for Andreas Harrison. He's looking for tops. For a ton topper,
96.
just drags below.
Steve, you require
He
126.
senses has to go for Steve West.
This is a hard shot. Very, very hard to get past that first start
86.
to get a shot
Andreas,
at the
you
ball.
require 20.
And Harrison, who's been very consistent in this first game of the
Game
day,
shot on the third
continues
leg.
it.
Andreas Harrison.
Just under the 96 average for a 3-0 lead. And he's cruising.
Fourth leg, it's Andreas to
Right
throw
now.
first. Game on.
One of the only bright sides that Steve brings into a day like today, even if he loses his first game, is that his leg difference
140.
is still quite healthy. He had a better leg difference than Matthew Dennett. Or, sorry, than his opponent in this game.
125.
So he does have room to recover, whereas other people don't. The likes of Białowski and Whitehead, they don't have that room to respond maybe later in the day.
85.
Effectively, Harrison and Denner are in this position where they can just pick people
60.
apart in terms of who's going to be in the equation and not as the day goes along. And considering that West has got to play Dennett next, if he
83.
loses his first 2 matches of the day, he could find himself maybe not out of the equation, but close to it very early on.
26.
Well, let's say that he has a day like yesterday where he does beat his final 3 opponents and ends up on 12 points going into the last day. You start to wonder
28.
if he is in a position to still win the group. This is better.
135.
He does get the finish first this time, and shock horror. Bit of a Halloween joke there for you. Andreas Harrison is not on 161 after 9 this time.
85.
He's left
Steve,
himself
you
a bit of a
require
bogey, and Steve West is
155.
looking to unleash the cobwebs, but he can't find the 155.
55. Andreas, you require 80.
He's already taken this finish in this match, and it might be done to win the match.
60.
That one
Steve,
dies in the
require
air.
100.
West is still alive, but only just.
He'll be livid with that first start. Exasperated with the
42.
second, and he may be defeated
Andreas
now
required
as
20.
Harrison leads double 10 for 4-0 victory. Not just a big win in terms of the points, but possibly a big win in terms of the scoreline.
Game,
And Harrison
shot,
seals a
and the
4-0
match.
success
Andreas Harrison.
against Steve West, who is absolutely livid with his performance there. As for the Swede, Andreas Harrison is a much better start, having been beaten 4-0 in his first game of yesterday. He's won 4-0 in his first game of today. And Steve West not happy there in the background. Harrison a 4-0 victor, an average of 88.5, 4 out of 9 on the doubles. West didn't get a dart at the double in the end. Coming up after the break, Conan Whitehead and Matt Dennett lock horns.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series Champions Week, where the players are trying to get their hands on a trophy that Conan Whitehead has already lifted. The Series 1 winner back on the stage, looking to make it a double series success here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He takes on Matt Dennett in his opening match of the day. Whitehead looking to knock the league leader off his perch, or he was before the start of the day. Andreas Harrison has just changed up with a 4-0 win over Steve West to start. Can Dennett respond? Let's find out. Back to Henry and Paul.
Thanks, Murph. Yes, you're absolutely right, because Conan Whitehead is trying to knock Matthew Dennett off his perch, a bit like The Raven, written by Edgar Allan Poe. Quote The Raven, nevermore. It doesn't get darker than that on Halloween. Now, Matthew Dennett was excellent yesterday. Really consistent and threatening.
First
Only
leg,
had
it's
one
Conan to throw
poor
first.
game.
Game on.
But I think it's fair to say that Conan was rather disgusted with how things went on the first day of Champions Week. He's had a long time to wait before coming into Champions
100.
Week. A good couple of months. But it's fair to say, Henry, that yesterday he won one game. But looking at the complexity of the game that he won,
85.
he could have easily lost them all.
Most certainly, you have a look at the stats for both players after day one, and there is a bit of a compare and contrast, especially the scoring stakes.
100.
Dennett with an 89.7 average for the day, Conan Whitehead 84.74. But the odds compilers are stuck with Conan Whitehead, and they've made this a pick'ems match.
96.
Both 5-6 with the odds compilers in this one, and that maximum there for the Barbarian. Perhaps reason as to why.
100.
I don't understand that at all, based on what we saw yesterday. But like some of our commentary colleagues here at the MODUS Super Series would say,
58. Conan, you
even when
require
the odds compilers get it wrong,
121.
they get it right. And as far as this start is concerned, with Whitehead having the darts, maybe they're on to something.
21.
He takes care of the 21. I suppose the bright side there is he has got himself into 2-dart range, but only just.
141.
However,
Conan, you require
pressure applied
100.
now. Tops, that treble's blocked. Had to go that way because of the lie of that first one. And so Dennett comes back
60.
for 1-2-1.
Matt, you require 121.
A leg that Conan should have maybe taken care of by now. And Dennett should have had a dart at the bull, is not going to have a dart at the bull.
Picture tells a very, very different story
72.
to what he wanted.
Conan, you require 40.
When are these players going to learn that in moments like that, you need to guarantee a shot?
Game shot on the
And double
first
10.
way.
And
Conan
Whitehead makes Dennett pay. Yesterday, I came up with a great saying for this
Second
game.
leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
But I'm going to save it for now. In the first leg, the sword is mightier than the pen. But yesterday, the pen was
62.
mightier than the sword.
No, that was not the quotes of Shakespeare. That was the asset Paul Nicholson.
Yeah, Shakespeare was born about 500 years
83.
before me. But we still quote him now. Yeah, he was rather good with a pen. So was
47.
Matt Dennett. I got a little glimpse of his graduation photo yesterday. He looks very young. I wonder how many of these
60.
dart players are going to be having a somewhat creative shave tomorrow, because it is the 1st of November. I do get the feeling that Matthew
60.
Dennett would look really good with a strong moustache, a bit like Ronnie Sharp of Scotland. He's already got the whiskers for it, so I dare you, Matt. I dare you. A Ronnie Sharp style moustache tomorrow.
98.
I want to see it.
I do wonder what you get up to in your spare time sometimes. Anyway,
Have you never seen Ronnie Sharp's moustache from the 1990s?
96.
how can you forget?
It's a thing of beauty.
A Max would be a thing of beauty. A Max puts Whitehead in cruise control of this match.
180.
His second of the game, the second of the day.
And his 6th of the campaign here this week.
135. Conan, you require
Well behind
80.
Steve West in that weekly category, but he is making hay here.
Game
And
shot on
this
the
looks
second
really
leg.
good.
Conan Whitehead.
Maybe the odds compilers did know a little bit more than we did. But what is it about Conan when he plays
Third
in
leg, it's
black
Conan
and
to throw
white?
first. Game on.
He won his series title wearing black and white. Yesterday he was all black. I get the feeling if he has a really good day
85.
today, that black shirt's not going to be worn the rest of the week. Dart players are like that.
Well, it's interesting because Steve West wearing his lucky shirt that he's worn on
82.
Saturday night occasions, although he actually won last Saturday in the blue-coloured shirt. Whitehead, who
60.
publicly said yesterday he wasn't happy with the overall performance, and he's the type of player that when he does get annoyed of himself sometimes, he gives himself that fire in the belly, and when he has that fire in the
121.
belly, we see the best stuff on the Barbarian.
I've heard that from quite a few people over the years.
123.
When there are fans behind them, when there's a bit more noise. But unfortunately, here and on the Pro Tour and in some other places, you have to
57.
be able to play in a quiet room as well to get to that point. It's no different here. And I think there's something else on the line this week for Conan. I haven't spoken about this until now.
80.
But I think he wants to be referred to as the face of the MODUS Super Series. He wants to be a 2-time champion.
60.
If he wins
Conan,
this
you
week,
require 153.
what he did in Southampton as well, he would become an all-time great.
Game
Oh,
shot
look
the third
at that
leg.
from Whitehead.
Conan Whitehead.
By some distance, his best finish of the week. Yesterday, his best was 86. And he's now got the second biggest one of the week of
Matt
anybody.
to throw first.
Because yesterday,
Game on.
154 was the best from West. This is a brilliant performance from Conan the Barbarian.
Well, yesterday there was only 2 4-0 scorelines throughout the
55.
duration of the session. Conan Whitehead was on the receiving end of one, losing 4-0 to Sebastian Białowski. Matt Dennant imposed a 4-0 defeat on Andreas Harrietson.
58.
And if Whitehead can win this leg here, we would have seen 2 4-0 scorelines to kick-start day 2. But Dennant, by way of response,
140.
conjures up a second 140 of the match. He's been outscored and to quite some tune by Whitehead in this one.
100.
Looks very calm and composed today, does Conan. He was showing big signs of game fragility yesterday, but I love this bounce back. And that's experience. You can't buy that. You can't go to a local dart shop and say, can I have a bottle of experience, please?
140.
You have to earn it. You have to
Matt, you
go
require
through the mill.
170.
And Whitehead's done that over the last 15 years.
Well, Dennant doesn't find the
58.
catch of the day, but he is going to leave himself on 112, and he's going to get a go at it. But Conan, when that first dart hits the treble like that, he begs a couple to follow. He finds a bedfellow there.
Matt, you require 112.
And now huge pressure on this 112 for Dennant.
Now, this is his biggest finish of yesterday.
92.
He can't replicate it.
Conan,
And
you
because he
require
doesn't,
82.
Whitehead is right at the yockey with no hesitation to get it done in 4 legs.
Game, shot,
good was
and the
that?
match. Conan Whitehead.
80% on the doubles, a high 90s average. In fact, that is the best performance of the entire week. Look at the smile on his face as well. He's going to be brimming with confidence as he goes back to the practice room. Dennant is dented by that 4-0 loss to Conan the Barbarian, who may be about to have a bit of a moving day. When we come back, we will see the end of round 1 with Robert Grundy taking on Sebastian Białowski.
MODUS Super Series Champions Week, and we see Rob Grundy preparing for his first match of Tuesday. He takes on Sebastian Białecki, the Bolt, who only got one victory on the opening day. Grundy got a couple, but did go down 4-3 in a couple of those defeats. Białecki was amongst the favourites to top this group before a dart was thrown yesterday, but now is amongst the outsiders, although that applied to Conan Whitehead, and he just produced a monster performance to defeat Matthew Dennett, the overnight league leader, 4-0. Can Białecki do something similar, or can Grundy grab the win? Let's see. Henry Deacon and Paul Nicholson will guide you through it.
Thank you very much, Chris. And it is fair to say that Bolt needs to light up the blue touch paper on day 2. Now bottom of the pile, courtesy of Conan Whitehead's victory last time out. He takes on Rob Grundy, who, it's fair to say, suffered a bit of an indifferent day. 1-2 from 5, but took himself a little bit of time to settle. Białecki, the 19-year-old from Poland, former UK Open quarter-finalist, so is very used to the big televised occasion. Up against him, Grundy, the 46-year-old from Hartlepool, winner of a Challenge Tour in 2023, and it has been a breakout year for the Grenade, who is now looking to explode into life at Champions Week.
I want to know why he's called the Grenade. Any ideas, anyone? Because I haven't got a Scooby-Doo.
44.
It's a bit like that song, isn't it? By Bruno Mars. I'd catch a grenade for you. Sure you would, Bruno.
Well, you talk about Scooby-Doo. This was a bit of a scrappy-do yesterday. Rob Grundy won 4-1, and it wasn't the best game in the world. It was a bit of a nerve jangler at the end of the day. Grundy winning with an average in the mid-70s in the end. It was one of 2 victories that he harboured, all told.
Well, I think when you come to a Champions Week, it's very easy to assume that all of the games are going to be very good and of a very high standard.
100.
But these are players who can win games via different methods. It's just unfortunate for Sebastian yesterday that the kind of standard that he was bringing yesterday may have yielded more points in a qualifying week, but in a Champions Week, he was just a little bit under the standard that you need to maybe beat some of these other weekly winners.
97.
He did get a victory by beating Conan Whitehead by 4-0. That performance of a 17-dart average range coincided
100.
with Conan not
Robbie
playing
required
well.
164.
Which is why that 88 average was enough. 88 average in a lot of games this week will not be enough. It just so happened that when he went down the peg yesterday against Grundy, Grundy still had more.
And Grundy has left double 12 after 12 against the darts, and that's a violent bounce out for Białecki.
39.
That may feel like the
24.
white flag being waved in this opening leg as Grundy looks to take this out for a 5-visit leg, the path of the course, but now is looking for double 6. And it was on the finishing where at times he was found fallible, but he finds it last dart in hand this time. 15-dart start for Rob Grundy to lead Białecki by a leg to 0.
Second leg, it's Rob to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, overall yesterday, Grundy was on the doubles, yielding the lowest percentage of 28%, which was a good 6% under the mean of everyone yesterday, which was 34%. Now, 34% is very appropriate, I think, because that's what you get from the Super Series more often than not. Any group day that goes over 60. That is impressive. But we had 2 players who were under 30% for the day yesterday. Grundy was one of them. Weirdly, the other one was Dennett. But then again, 45. He got more opportunities than anybody.
Interesting, I was delving into the stats this morning, and the table is perhaps reflective of what the players
100.
did in the winning weeks, because Sebastian Białecki, of all the players involved in this group A, had the lowest running weekly winning stat in terms of qualifying average, 87.95. In fact, the top 3 in the group had the top 3 averages. Andreas Hallison had 90.65. Dennett, who topped the day, had the best weekly winning average of 91.83. Grundy qualified with an average of 88.79.
Again, that's around that 17 dart range, which means he's more often than not in that 6 visit range, which
60.
makes the first leg of this contest better than his par, which is good. And we can talk about dart ranges all we like, but like I've always said, a 16 darter is exactly the same as an 18 darter in darts because it's the same amount of visits. If he can have more 5 visit legs than 6 visit legs over the next couple of days, you just never know what could be possible. And with Dennett losing in this first round, there are opportunities for people like Grundy who gets himself a ton plus check out there. And there weren't many of them yesterday. There was only 4.
Back-to-back 15 dart legs for Rob Grundy at the halfway point, averaging 100.2. As you mentioned, there was only 4 ton plus finishes in the entirety of the session yesterday. We've already seen 2 of them, and we're only midway through the 3rd game of the day. Conan Whitehead hitting a 153 against Matt Dennett en route to that 4-0 victory. And in matter of fact, we could be halfway towards 3 consecutive 4-0 victories to kickstart the day.
100.
Remember, there was only 2 for the entirety of day 1.
The only person not to get a check out of 100 or more now is Sebastian. His best remains at 60.
43.
That's surprising. A bit like this first round of matches, because we are now running the risk of seeing only 12 legs
95.
in this first round. The gulf in the averages after a couple of legs here, honestly, it's like the Grand Canyon. I used to wear a very cool
45.
pair of shoes about 20 years ago. Great name for a brand. And it's very appropriate for Sebastian Białecki at the minute because he's wearing red today. And if he doesn't start finding the red, he's going to be red or dead. You've probably never heard of Red or Dead. It used to be very cool about 20 years ago.
Anyway, enough of the trips down memory lane.
Well, I think it's a very appropriate brand for something
39.
like Halloween. Red or Dead. Oh, come on. I'm allowed 1 pun.
100.
Well run, Halloween, actually. We've got our own Count Dracula on the stage today, and Charlie Costafine, get it? Count Dracula, yeah, get it?
44. Rob, you require 110.
You won't hear him say blah, 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 that's for sure. He'll be calling a 110 checkout in a second, potentially.
Game
That
shot
is
on the
wonderful.
third lay. Rob
He
Grundy.
is a very different player today. He is remarkably consistent. Mr. 15 darter here in round 1.
45 darts
Full
to take
play,
the
gets Rob
opening
to throw
3 legs,
first.
and Grundy now
Game on.
has the darts for a 4-0 victory, and Sebastian Białecki has not got out the traps at all in these opening few legs. He is going to have to improve it by some considerable margin
95.
throughout the course of the day, and that's to be competitive.
Now, Rob Grundy is from the northeast of England, which in his part of the world is not that far from
60.
a place called Whitby, which is not only famous for fish and chips, but it's also famous for a festival they have around this time of year, which is very macabre.
80.
Very macabre, where people dress and walk around the city at Halloween in all sorts of different costumes. It's pretty cool because there is a
45.
lot of history when it comes to that kind of thing in Whitby. Rob might have even gone there.
$120.
I'm not really sure if Sebastian
99.
has woken up yet. This is a performance that is quite surprising. But here's the crux of playing someone who was not playing well in their first round. And Matthew Dennett knows it from yesterday. If you see somebody playing poorly,
100.
take advantage of it. Take full advantage of it. Get it done 4-0 before they wake up and press the snooze button.
And if he can take out this 106, we will finish this match with 3 ton plus checkouts and would have won every single leg in exactly 15 darts. It would be a 60 dart game, but it's not going to happen now.
It could still be his best performance of the week. Yesterday, 94.82, his
78.
best winning average.
Sebastian, you require 157.
He hits double 14 after Białecki misses 157, which he has now done. This will be a second best performance of the week by a player
40.
in round 1 today.
Rob, you required 28.
Double 14 for Rob Grundy. Can he just nudge that across? Just has a little shuffle across. And he can kiss it off the barrel and in, and Rob Grundy gets his campaign underway with a 96-97 average and a couple of ton plus checkouts en route to a 4-0 victory against Sebastian Białecki. And round 1 is done and dusted in the blink of an eye.
Welcome back to Champions Week here at the MODUS Super Series, where it's all about the players trying to get their hands on this trophy. Today so far, well, there's been some spooky symmetry in the results. All of them 4-0 whitewash wins for the victors. Andreas Harrison kicking off that run with a win over Steve West. Conan Whitehead getting the better of Matthew Dennant, and then Rob Grundy inflicting the same scoreline against Sebastian Białecki. So a strange spell to start off the day, and the table now looks like this. There has been some movement. Andreas Harrison now top of it. He's the first to 5 wins and 10 points. Matt Dennant just behind him, looking to turn around his fortunes from the opening match, as is Steve West in 4th place, level with Rob Grundy on 6 points now. Białecki cut adrift at the bottom of the table with just 1 win. So 2 of those players who were on the wrong end of that horror start, Steve West and Matt Dennant, are about to go head-to-head. Which one of them can bounce back? Let's find out. I'll hand you back to Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Thanks, Murph. Yes, a bounce back needed by one of these 2 players, because we don't have any draws here at the Super Series, especially in Champions Week. So only one can win one game from the first couple of rounds. The other will have some head scratching to do, that's for sure. And it was a very head scratching first round, wasn't it? I did not expect to see 3-4-0 scorelines, but we have. And it is a rather spooky day, isn't it?
First leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Well, the question is, who's going to respond from their Oki Horror Tungsten show in their opening match?
Have you been rehearsing that one?
140.
Swiftly moving on.
Oki Horror Tungsten show. That's quite good. I'll give you that one.
Steve West had an average in the mid-70s in that opening defeat. Matt Denon averaged 87. Only had the Sochi dart at the double in that 4-0 defeat to Conan Whitehead, who has put in the perennial performance of Champions Week
82.
so far. As far as the odds compilers lay their odds in this one, they couldn't split the pair. They were 5-6 each of two.
180.
And maybe this is a sort of match where you look at the max markets as West gets his first of the game in his second visit.
Well, you really should.
99.
Because of the likelihood of 180s between these two. Dennett was brilliant in qualifying, getting around about 2 180s per game.
60.
Yesterday, he had 7 from 5 games, so just a little bit down on what we've seen from him previously in Series 5. Whereas West was
82.
around 2 180s
Steve,
per game, and we've already got one here.
121.
And it's only leg 1, so there's plenty of time potentially to get more. Bullseye for Steve.
96.
Good
Matt, you
attempt.
require 98.
To get himself on the board for the day.
60.
The dart
Steve, you
board,
require
not the Ouija board.
25.
Double 12. Back you come. Well, that
Game
one's
shot
in.
on the first leg. Steve West.
He really thought that double 12 was in. It's good to see him smiling, actually, because he was left really frustrated
it's
by
Steve
that
to
first
throw
performance,
first.
losing
Game
to
on.
Andreas Harrison by 4 legs to 0. But it's more pain for Matt. And West
180.
could be the killer in this one if he starts maxing this way.
95.
Steve West has the only 9 darter in Champions Week history. It was in the last Champions Week against Luke Littler. He isn't going to provide perfection on this particular occasion.
44.
While we're in the early echelons of this game, what would be the best nicknames to have in a Champions Week if it was Halloween? I've just mentioned one of them.
140.
Actually, one of Steve West's good friends, George Killington. He's called Killer.
140.
You could have Tungsten Stein.
Who's called Tungstenstein?
I've heard of a catchphrase similar.
134. Steve, you require 137.
Well, what's West going to do here? Is he going to go down south first? Yeah, very popular route on 137 now. He knew exactly what he wanted.
89.
And
Matt,
Matt
you
knows,
require
because of what Steve is
132.
doing in this game right here, that he might have to hit shots like this.
54. Steve,
Where
you
things are
require
going.
48.
Dennett might find himself on our market mover slide tomorrow towards the bottom again.
28.
Because
Matt,
he
you
went
require
from
78.
almost mid-table yesterday to the top today. And it might be the top that he needs to get to 1-1.
Game shot on the
Beautiful
second
shot.
leg. Matt Dennant.
And so Dennett breaks back, level up at 1 apiece. No damage done in the end for the man from the
Third leg, it's Matt
Midlands.
to throw first. Game on.
Do you know there are people in this part of the world? And this might be
100.
completely lost on our people watching from international parts of the world. But there are genuinely people out there in the south of England who do not believe that the Midlands
60.
exists. True story. I'd be really interested to get Matt's take on that because he's a very clever fella.
43. $55.
Camera angle we've just seen, which is over Steve West's shoulder, that one there, it gives us a really good insight into the grip of the dart for the right-handers. And if you look at Steve
96.
West when he's addressing the hockey, he's holding that dart all the way to the back of the barrel. He's got a lot of tungsten in those delicate fingertips.
140.
Grip pressure is just as important as the actual mechanics of the grip. And that grip of West, believe me, is feather light.
95.
Which makes feel ultra important.
It is. You've got to look after your hands. I've spoken to players on tour, people who want to get better. I said you've got to look after your hands. You've got to make sure your nails aren't too long because they could interfere with the tungsten. There's a little free tip for you for the day.
85.
Look after your nails.
Well, Denon is nailed on to take this third leg, you sense, unless West can find a 2-treble visit. Well, there's the first of them.
100.
And so Denon here,
Matt, you
82
require
to open up a
82.
2-1 lead. And to get what would be the first holder throw in this match after a succession of breaks. It's going to be a dart at tops.
Game shot on the
Pinned
third
with
leg.
aplomb. And
Matt
Denon leads
Denon.
2-1. Clinical from the scholar.
Yeah, very good on top so far from Matt.
Fourth leg, it's Steve
And
to
I
throw
feel
first.
Steve's pain
Game
because he was dominant. Well, it felt like he was dominant in the first couple of legs. And the brilliance of Denon on tops is why he's in front.
121.
I think if you give an idea to Denon about a Halloween costume, I think you'd make a brilliant
96.
member of Peaky Blinders. Give him a flat cap, a tweed jacket and a tie and a waistcoat. I think you look brilliant. He's got the accent.
41.
I feel like we could embellish that further, but I think it's probably for the
96.
best that we move on from that particular segue.
Well, one thing's for sure this week. If he wins the whole thing, he's considerably
97.
richer than us. Well, you can't see it, but that went so far over Henry Deacon's head that it might as well be a Boeing 747.
139.
Denon leaves the fish. And he may have to take out the fish because
140. Matt, you require
the 140 there
170.
leads 102. Denon can't find the 170, and so an opportunity to level this game up once more.
105.
They've been
Steve, you
toing and
require
froing in this game thus
102.
far.
Yeah, I think West needs this. I think this is huge. I just get the feeling that
62.
third dart didn't
Matt, you
sit in his
require
grip right.
65.
And Denon on tops has been remarkable so far.
45.
Not this time, so
Steve,
West
you
does
require
get
40.
another bite of the cherry. He must find what he needs here.
20.
It's clattered off the barrel and it's moved the other
20.
side, and it means that Denon has got a huge break opportunity here, and if he can find this double 10, he'll throw for the match.
Game
Double
shot on
5
the
is
fourth
found,
leg.
and Denon leads
Matt
3-1.
Denon.
Then Steve West must be wondering what on earth's happening today. He's missed 8 darts at double, all told in this match after getting off to a blistering start.
Fifth
In a
leg, it's
Halloween
Matt to throw
sense,
first.
West was
Game on.
closing the coffin after about a leg and a half. And then, courtesy of 2 brilliant double tops, Matt Denon has opened the coffin and sat
44.
up straight. All of a sudden, he is very, very hungry for a bit of red.
96.
He's more hungry for a W, which would get him back on level terms with Andreas Harrison. And he would join him on double-figured points
136.
before Tuesday lunchtime, which is always very promising.
And if Harrison can get the better of Grundy in our next match, we could
100.
very much talk about the possibility of this already becoming a 2-horse race towards the finishing line. Max for Denon.
180.
That's his first, and it leaves him on a finish for the match after 9.
Good thinking from West. Going 18's first there was the right idea.
132.
But even
Matt,
with
you
2
require
trebles, he just falls
141.
short. Double 12.
117.
Showing a bit of flair towards the end of this one. He's taking the average up towards 95.
95.
Even though Steve
Matt,
has
you
played
required
so much
24.
better than his first game, he may be defeated for a second time.
Game,
A
shot,
wonderful
and the
performance
match,
from
Matt
Matthew
Dennant.
Dennant, who does average just shy of 94, but that gets him back on track after losing his first game by 4-0 against Conan Whitehead. It is Matthew Dennant who gets to 10 points in the table, courtesy of those numbers, and 40% on the doubles. That's always pretty useful. West is looking to reverse what he did yesterday, because by losing his first 2 games today, he probably needs to win his final 3 games today to stay in the reckoning. When we come back, it will be Andreas Harrison, who's looking to get to 12 points, up against Rob Grundy, who had a fabulous start today.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Welcome back. Well, Rob Grundy throwing now. His darts may lay flat in the board, but the start for either of these players was anything but flat. Rob Grundy and his opponent, Andreas Harrison, both having the perfect starts to their Tuesday campaigns here at the Super Series. 4-0 whitewash wins for the duo, but that will have to change for one of them here. A meeting between Grundy, who currently sits in 3rd place, and Harrison, who occupies top spot. Let's get this starting duel underway with Henry Deacon and Paul Nicholson.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so we head to the 1/3 point of our day's action here. And 2 players who got off to superb starts go toe-to-toe here. But this is a big game for Grundy in the context of the table. He finds himself on 6 points, 4 behind Harrison. If he can win this one, he'll move himself to win a couple of the table toppers. Loses this one, he can find himself in peril. Harrison would stretch a 6-point lead from him back in 3rd. As far as the odds compilers lay, Andreas Harrison, the 8-11 favourite, while Grundy, the even money outsider, and the Swede asserting his authority right from the get-go.
We could have a really good game on our hands in this
97.
one. And we're approaching the time of day where the players may feel at their best. Fresh. First game in the tank, and especially
55.
if you've won that first game, you will feel great about possibly making it 2. Now, it is Halloween, as everybody knows. You got any friends who have their birthday on Halloween, Henry?
I thought you were going to
59.
say, do I have any friends, to be honest?
I'll refer to my previous question. Do you have any friends that have their birthday on Halloween?
Don't think so.
137.
Well, dart players have had their birthday on Halloween. And I want to tip my hat to one of the great Swedish ladies of darts from
99.
years gone by, Karina
Andreas
Ekberg,
Require,
who is
129.
celebrating her birthday today. And I thought I would save that one for Andreas' second game, because obviously he's from Sweden.
43.
But I also want to remember somebody here today. Someone by the name of James Barton. It was his birthday today, and we sadly lost him 4 years ago today. He was only 38. He's one of Joe
58.
Cullen's best friends,
Andreas
and he played on the
Require,
PDC Tour as well.
86.
Fabulous fella, and he is sorely missed.
$46.
Now he's up to Lee's tops. Grundy can only try and apply pressure from this point.
How good has this been from Harrison since that first game
58.
yesterday?
Andreas Require, 40.
I love the way that Chris Murphy called him a zombie, because he did play like one in game 1 yesterday, but since
Game
then,
shot on the first leg.
he has been very
Andreas
much awake.
Harrison.
and he's fast becoming the favourite for this group because he looks more likely than anybody else.
Well, you delve deep
Second leg,
at
it's
the
Rob to throw
stats for
first.
Harrison
Game
yesterday.
on.
His average for the day altogether was 89.12. But if you take that first game out against Matt Dennett and you lay it as an anomaly amongst the field, his average then went up to 93.71.
59.
That is Champions Week winning form.
I think it's fair to say that it is. And more so now because
80.
certain people aren't here. We talk about the explosiveness of former champion Luke Littler, and we can talk about Series 2 champion Raymond Smith, who's not here.
139.
And the fact remains that they are the kind of players that the likes of Andreas and Rob and some others will be very happy that they're not here.
140.
All you have to do is beat who's in front of you. You have no power over who you play. You just beat them.
171.
And that's wonderful from Grundy. Good thinking, and the execution was up to it.
Interestingly,
45. Robbie
we'll talk
Require,
about it in the next leg, Andreas
132.
Harrison's average, as Grundy looks for 132. Doesn't have to go the champagne route because Harrison's not on a finish, and so he goes more conventional with the 132.
I wonder where that name came from. The champagne shot. I know what kind of music Andreas Harrison likes. Bit of
46.
heavy metal. He probably likes Champagne by Five Finger Death Punch. And it's spelt S-H-A-M with P-A-I-N, which sounds a bit more Halloween-y.
81. Robbie Require, 86.
true. It's a good song.
Well, Harrison could be left punch drunk here if Grundy can take out the 86. Now he's going to maybe look at the bullseye, or treble 14 could be the other shot.
I like the bullseye there. I think that's a calculated risk. Oh, however,
63.
double
Andreas
17
Require,
is something he
155.
did not want. I still think that was a good calculated risk from Grundy because a 155 is a 3% out, meaning you'll probably get it 2 or 3
95.
times out of 100
Robbie
attempts.
Require, 23.
But now he's got 23, the Michael Jordan. And it's going to be double 8.
Game shot on the
Just
second
about
leg.
got it.
Rob
right in the
Grundy.
bottom corner. And it is 1-1.
Now, we speak about Andreas Harrison and that average towards the
Third
latter
leg, it's
end of
Andreas
yesterday
to throw
being
first.
Champions Week
Game on.
winning form. As I mentioned, his average, if you take out that first game of the day, was 93.71. Luke Littler
100.
won Champions Week in Series 4 with a weekly average of 93.71. It is exactly Champions Week winning form.
You're quite happy with that stat, aren't you?
41.
Oh, I'm proud. Even a broken clock is right twice a day, or on Saturday 3 times.
Oh, look on the bright side, Henry. You can only wear that shirt again in about
100.
12 months. But you're seeing a dart player today who is wearing a different shirt in Andreas. And this is typical of players who come
85.
to Portsmouth. They bring different shirts for different days. But I guarantee you this, they've all got a favourite. There are players out there who have just one
97.
colour, a signature colour. But people like Dirty Harrison, he'll probably get in touch with his shirt manufacturer and say, do you know what, how many colours can you do? I don't think anybody's topped
95.
Peter Jakes yet, who supposedly had 8 different colours. That's a very good effort.
Maxi for Harrison.
100.
Leads himself double 12 after 12. His second max of the match. Is Grundy going to find a riposte?
140.
All he can do
Andreas
is halve the
required
score.
24.
And Andreas is looking impervious. Doing the right things at the right times.
Game shot on the third leg.
And he's never
Andreas
flustered.
Harrison.
I was speaking to Anton Östlund when he was in Budapest in the middle
Fourth
of
leg, it's Rob to
September
throw
at a European
first.
Tour event
Game
for
on.
PDC. And that was the week that Andreas won his week here. And I said to Anton, are you happy that there's another Swede there that week? And he said, I am ecstatic.
100.
But here's the crux of it. Anton might not even play alongside or against Andreas this week.
96.
Both of them aren't in Group A. So if Andreas wins this group and Anton was to not get through Group C, they wouldn't cross paths at all. How they would love to both
43.
make Saturday night, though. We might even get an all-Swedish final.
Well, never before this series did we ever have a Scandinavian player make it through. We've had 2 in succession. In fact,
81.
in the history of Champions Week at the MODUS Super Series, Sweden and Poland joined the ever-growing cast list of nations to be represented. Sweden being nation number 11 and Poland being number 12.
100.
In matter of fact, in the history of the Super Series, there's only been 26 nations represented. Almost half of them have had a representative at Champions Week.
180.
As the series go on, more countries will be represented. Of that, there is absolutely no doubt.
92.
And after what happened on the Challenge Tour
Andreas
yesterday,
required 144.
a more vivid picture about who could potentially be here next year. What we'll say is congratulations to
88.
Owen Bates, who secured a 2-year tour card yesterday with a run to the final, ultimately losing to James Hurrell in the final Challenge Tour event. And Barry Van Peer had secured his quite a while ago, but I think everybody here at the Super Series will also
60.
say commiserations to
Andreas
John Henderson, who
56.
just missed out. But he could still make it back to the tour via another avenue in the next couple of months.
Game shot on the
Andreas
fourth
Harrison
leg. Andreas
Cantering
Harrison.
towards another victory here. And averaging in the mid to high 90s, it seems like most of the time now.
Fifth leg, it's Andreas to throw first.
97.2
Game on.
the average. 3 out of 5 when it came to the finish in that leg one in the space of 14 darts. He's been kind of spoken down going into Champions Week, but then he
100.
awoken from the slumber by many of the pundits yesterday, courtesy of the performances that he provided. And now could be making a statement. We call Tuesday moving day for a reason, because the table kind of shifts in direction, and it could be shifting in the direction of the Swede.
80.
One thing that Andreas has done in this game beautifully is only allow Rob 1 dart at a double. You don't need to be a mathematician
45.
to realise that Rob hit that double. But if you restrict your opponent to minimal shots like 1, 2 or 3, you win.
100.
And his level of consistency proves that he is maybe, and I say maybe loosely because I know there's a lot of channels
85.
out there and a lot of chatter about who's the best player from certain countries. People are saying that about Scotland right now. But as far as the best player in Sweden right now,
140.
I'm not entirely sure that there is a debate. I think Harrison is the best player in Sweden.
Now, I don't know what his intentions are going into next year.
101.
But if he was to play at Q School, and of course he'd have the European Q School as the option, how good would his chance of winning a tour card be?
I think his chances are brilliant. I think if he was to do well this week and have a really good few weeks leading up to Christmas, I think January could be
82.
very, very good for him.
Andreas should require 170.
He's showing a level here this week that could be extremely profitable. He could be taking a lot of Swedish krona back to Scandinavia at the end of the week.
85. Robbie requiring
This
99.
to stay in the match, 99 for Grundy. He's only had one dart at the double, and he did take that. And tops is the shot. He's going to get another go.
59.
But now his hopes
Andreas
lie in the
should
hands of
require
Harrison and
85.
hoping he doesn't take out the 85.
That doesn't help. 83 left. And he can't bounce back from that somewhat
29.
suspect first dart.
Robbie requiring
That's about
40.
as disgusted as I've ever seen Andreas, actually.
Chances
Yeah,
have
he
come
was
in
shot on
short
the fifth
supply
leg.
for Grundy, but he
Well,
takes
Grundy.
advantage of that one to bring it back to 3-2. And importantly as well, for the Hartlepool man, that was a break of throw, and so he has the darts here
Sixth leg,
to
it's Rob to throw
send us
first.
to a decider.
Game on.
You mentioned that Rob Grundy's nickname is the Grenade. He comes from a town where
100.
people are referred to as monkey hangers. It's a somewhat somber thing to say, isn't it? If you want to read into that historical reference, please do so.
180.
I think it goes back to pirate days.
Well, Harrison's looking to take the bounty come Saturday night and looking to take it all the way back to Sweden.
Do you think we should do what they do at the World
57.
Series of Poker? And at the end of the week, we just have the 20 grand on the table. Whereas in the World Series, it's more like $9 million. That's just showing off, isn't it?
60.
But £20,000 is a lot of money to these people here this week. It's potentially life-changing for many of them.
$83.
I think the Super Series over the last year has made such an impact to this level of the game.
140.
Just look at what happened yesterday on the Challenge Tour. Van Peer, Bates, Henderson, Crabtree, all towards the top of that order of merit. What do they all have in common? They've all played a lot here, which means they've taken that sharpness away from Portsmouth, gone elsewhere and had more success.
171.
Speaking of success,
121.
that was brilliant from Grundy, but it might be too late.
It's the bullseye for Harrison.
96.
It's not to be on this occasion. And
Robbie
Grundy may well
requiring
end up
90.
in that particular destination. Last chance saloon, you feel.
We've had more ton plus finishes at the start today than yesterday, but there's something still missing. Bullseye finishes here this week. How about one now?
We will love a bit of bully,
65.
but it just lays above. And so Harrison
Andreas
now
should
has an
require
opportunity on
25.
25 to complete the job by 4 legs to 2. Move him on to 12 points. It would making
Game, shot,
the
and
supreme
match,
leader at the top of the
Andreas
group. It puts
Harrison.
him 2 points clear of Matt Denon and now 6 points clear of the rest of the pack behind him. That was a big game for Will Grundy, and it's a big defeat for the man from the northeast. But it is the man from Sweden, Andreas Harrison, who steals a 4-2 victory with an average of 94.24 and 4 out of 7 when it came to the finishing. He's looking good, isn't he? The man from the Nordic region. Coming up after the break is Whitehead Białecki.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series on this Champions Week, where we've seen Andreas Harrison stake his claim to get his hands on the trophy. He's won his last 6 matches on the spin after losing his first on Monday, but we saw a really stunning performance from the former champion Conan Whitehead in his first match today. A 4-0 victory for him against Matthew Dennant. Sebastian Białecki, his opponent, went down 4-0 and is sitting at the foot of the table. He did, in their meeting yesterday, beat Whitehead 4-0. So, well, that could be the scoreline. But which way? Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon will help you find out.
Thanks, Murph. This is a really curious few darts being thrown just before we start the match. Because if you're an eagle-eyed darts fan, or who we are in our chairs here in the commentary box, I've seen Conan Whitehead practicing from different parts of the oche. He did 3 down the left, 3 down the right. I'm not sure where that was from. It probably was from down the middle. Just trying to maybe calibrate what he needs to do, but not much in calibration needed in the first game because he had the best performance of the week so far. And that is still the case. And at the start of this game, he is slightly right of centre. We'll just keep an eye on that as this game progresses.
It's a bit like that song, isn't it? Clowns to the left of me, Jokers to the right of me, but I'm stuck in the middle with you.
I'm trying to see if that's some sort of Halloween reference. It's from Reservoir Dogs, isn't it?
And Sebastian Białecki could be left to the Dogs in this group if he loses this game, because he would be severely cut adrift. He'd be 4 points off the triplet of Grundy, West and Whitehead. And then a full 10 points, a full day's quota behind the league leader, Andreas Harrison. But there was a marked improvement of the Whitehead performance from yesterday going into game 1 of the day. His daily average yesterday, Conan Whitehead, was 84.74. He averaged 98.56. And as Paul mentioned in the introduction, the highest average of anybody yet
40.
in this championship, yet to get above the ton-topping mark.
Somebody will at some point. I'm pretty sure of that. But what we've seen from Harrison so
100.
far in the first couple of days, or indeed the first session and a half, is now 6 consecutive wins, like Chris Murphy mentioned.
98.
We were talking at this time yesterday in the same sort of way about Steve West. He went 6 consecutive wins from the end of last week into this week, and then he has not won a game
85.
since then. Just because you're on that kind of streak does not guarantee other wins. So that's why you're going to have to stick around to see Harrison against Białowieski in the next round. But before then, Białowieski just wants to get points on the board.
64.
And I want to put that first performance to the back of his mind very quickly.
I think if you're going to have a bad performance in round 1, there are 2 people in this group who will probably be able to forget it better than others. One is Harrison, and the other one is Sebastian.
30. Conan, you require 114.
Interesting start. Good finish.
Game shot on the first leg.
Silly question,
Conan
really.
Whitehead.
For the day, he's 5 from 6. This is fast becoming a very different day.
Second leg, it's Sebastian to
Conan
throw
Whitehead.
first. Game on.
New day, different fortunes for the former champion, Conan Whitehead, who is here in Portsmouth being
100.
supported on by his partner Chevrolet and daughter Ada. And when he won that title back, well, it was this time last year, it was in October last year,
140.
he quoted him being the real difference maker and that he was close to packing up the sport not so long ago, but
59.
they're the inspiration for him to carry on. And that victory really was life-changing for him. It gave him the possibilities and the avenues to go to Q School, where he came so close to a tour card.
58.
Heartbreakingly missed out on a tour card, but has come back to the Super Series with that real bit between his teeth. And is looking to become a 2-time champion. He was proud of the achievements
96.
when he won it and become the first champion. You can never take it away from you.
Yeah, I think that's maybe the best point about that. To be the first person to do something.
59.
It's really important. You think back to a lot of the motivation that Phil Taylor had in his career. He wanted to be the first to do things. He was the first person to have 6 world titles.
58.
Eric Bristol got to 5. Phil got to 6 and consequently went and got 10 more. First time he got to double figures, he was in tears. He won the very first
60.
Players' Championship finals. He won the very first European Championship. To be the first to win an event like this, which could be going for years or decades, you will forever be known as the first.
100.
Which is one of the reasons why I was quite surprised that Fallon Sherrick's nickname was the Queen of the Palace. I thought they were going to call her the First Lady.
45. Sebastian, you require 88.
This to level proceedings up. Still yet to have a dart at double today, Białowieski. Failed to have one in that game against Will Grundy, and he's yet to post one in this game against Conan.
36.
This is
Conan, you
starting to get a
require
little bit
139.
worrying for Sebastian. He seems to have left his scoring boots in his accommodation. The 139 shot is off. If you put pressure on,
79.
you never know what could come next.
Sebastian, you require
Białowieski
52.
is about to get darts at a double. Save 20.
20.
He didn't really
Conan, you
scare it.
require 60.
Maybe this is the reason why he was traversing the hockey in the practice darts, because of shots like this where he's got to move.
Game shot on the
And it's
second
2-0
leg.
Whitehead.
Conan Whitehead.
So far today, 6 legs played, 6 legs won.
And for Sebastian
Third leg, it's Conan
Białecki,
to throw
it's 6
first.
legs
Game
played,
on.
6 legs lost. These two at the beginning of the day were smack bang in the middle in terms of where they were on day one. But there's a massive bridge
140.
amongst the tungsten tie between the pair now.
Well, if Whitehead is to go on and win this game, he would get to 6 points in the table, which is still 6 points behind
59.
Andreas Harrison. The fact that he still has a game against Andreas, that makes that game viciously important. But
100.
at this stage, I'm already somewhat casting Sebastian for Group C, based on what we're seeing. And if you're not aware, this week we'll have Matt Clark, Jim McEwen, Anton Östlund
78.
in Group C, alongside the bottom 3 from this group.
However, when Białecki was here last time, his Group A campaign wasn't something that he would have wanted to have remembered. He then was bumped into Group C and won the week. He dethroned the 2-time champion Luke Littler, who's not here this week. He can't get a hat-trick of titles.
96.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but he's the only person who won Group C and actually won the title for the week. Double 16.
Game shot on the
that's
third leg.
very, very good,
Conan
isn't it?
Whitehead.
He did not get a single ton plus checkout yesterday. Now he's got 2 whoppers.
Fourth leg, it's Sebastian to throw first.
A
Game on.
153 and a 140. They are not easy at all. And that doubling proficiency has continued into game number 2 here.
94.
Yeah, Anton Östlund was second in Group C, but still won his week. But I do believe that Sebastian was the only person to win a Group C
100.
and win the week.
Just interestingly, just having a look at the drinks table. You look on the table there, you see Białecki with his big darts case with probably plenty of different stems and flights, all the rest of it. You look at Conan
99.
Whitehead on his side of the table, just a solitary drink of water and 1 stem and 1 flight. Basically, it's a one-stop race for the Barbarian.
And
92.
something you need to be aware of when it comes to that flight and stem. They're glued together. They are not 2 pieces anymore. He's using a glue
138.
when the flight goes into the stem, so it will not come out. If he replaces a stem, he's also replacing the flight as well. I dig it. I used to do that.
119. Sebastian, you require 170.
Białecki looking to stem the tide. But he's not going to find a 170 checker, but he has got the luxury of time in this leg.
96.
96 leaves them on 74 after 12, and Whitehead can only find possibly a response with a big visit.
60. Sebastian, you
Well,
require
I would get rid of this.
74.
Because Whitehead at 130, that's easier than a 140, which he's already taken. Double top. His 3rd darted double in this match.
54.
And again, under-delivered.
Conan, you require
He's left.
130.
Lost. But he might be in the wind. Because it's bullseye for Conan.
105.
Match start missed.
Sebastian, you required 20.
He is livid. He wanted back-to-back 4-0 wins. Białecki has a real penchant for the double 10. But not even his friends are coming to his aid.
Game
But
shot on the
Fives
fourth
comes to
leg.
his rescue and
Sebastian
he's on the
Białecki.
board. And that would be a huge sigh of relief for Sebastian Białecki.
Fifth leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
By the way, if anybody's watching this and they're curious as to what the white substance is on the table, by the way, the table hasn't got a penchant for
100.
anti-dandruff shampoo, by the way. That's something that Andreas Harrison's left there for grip.
And he is head and shoulders above the rest at the minute.
And he doesn't need shampoo. Well, not for his top of his head. He might use it for his beard
137.
instead. Oh, there's that
128.
treble 18. Now, if you were to cast 2 or 3 players in world darts, and yes, this is based on people who use it a lot,
45.
but who out there are the best players who use treble 18? Rob Cross, obviously, but look at Conan Whitehead.
92.
He uses it a great deal. For me, he's in the top 3 in world darts for treble 18 hitting. He is so good at it.
There's somebody else who plays in this particular competition. Scott Taylor is very good in that segment of the board, but Conan Whitehead here looking to round the job off. He's got 6 darts on 181 for a second consecutive victory. And when that first dart finds the treble like that, you would expect a second to follow, but that second dart is laid precariously for him.
I like the bull here.
94.
I think the 25 or the bull was definitely the play. Hasn't quite worked out the way he planned, but all's well that ends well. And he's hoping it ends very well just now. The aforementioned
58.
Scott Taylor, who lost
Conan,
to Matthew Dennett, of course, in week
87.
11.
It may well end on the ball for Whitehead. It's gonna potentially end on double 5, but he
82.
stretches it inside.
Sebastian
And
Uruguay,
Białecki is looking to
120.
climb the ladder.
No climbing here. Oh, there was a bit of vigour in that dart. Just losing the line.
88.
And he might
Conan
pay the
Uruguay,
price
5.
once again. Double 2 for 2 wins from 2.
Game, shot,
Here on
and the
Tuesday.
match. Conan Whitehead.
Really good from Whitehead, who is now on 6 points in the table. He is 6 points adrift of the top of the table. But when he plays against Andreas Harrison in game 12, if he is still undefeated by that point, he might just be able to just tap him on the shoulder and say, I'm not done yet. That was a very good doubling performance yet again from Conan. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, it will be round 3 all of a sudden here on Halloween.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series on Champions Week, the second day of Group A action. Paul Nicholson's been watching it. I mean, it's been a really kind of bizarre start, not what was expected.
Yeah, I didn't expect yesterday to go the way it did either. So it has not really had a script this week, which I suppose is good. But to see 4-0s in the first 3 games, I was perplexed. I know it was a bit more normal in round 2, but wow, what a start to the day.
Yeah, let's have a look at those results from those first half a dozen matches. As Paul said, 4-0 wins for Harrison, Whitehead and Grundy in the openers. And then Harrison got another victory against Grundy. Whitehead also doubled his win tally for the day. But interestingly, Matthew Dennant bounced back from his 4-0 defeat. Steve West did not.
That was an interesting game, wasn't it? Because it was a great first leg from Steve, and he did everything right in leg 2, apart from finishing it off. And I just get the feeling that that would have been different had he finished leg 2 off. The rebound from here has got to be really good from Steve, because we are starting to see a gap between the top and the chasing pack.
Yeah, we can see Harrison beating him 4-0 in this first one. It's been a nightmare start to Halloween for West, hasn't it?
Yeah, it hasn't been great. And I think if you can take some sort of heart from round 1, it's that Harrison did not play great in his first game yesterday, but did rebound. Unfortunately for Steve, it didn't happen in round 2, but he's looking for the exact opposite today to yesterday, winning the final 3 games as opposed to the first 3.
Yeah, so match 2, then we see another 4-0 victory. This time, that was for Conan Whitehead. This brilliant 153 in there as well. He's a man on a mission today.
He's had 2 haymakers today, with a 140 and a 153. It's a very Conan finish, finishing in the 18 segments. He's just looked really composed and really relaxed. And when he's like this, he is destructively brilliant. I know it's not 100+ average, but still, he makes it look easy, and there's still more gears to find, which is scary for other people.
Yeah, but the player you've got to fear for the most has to be Sebastian Białecki. He was on the wrong end of a 4-0 himself. Robert Grundy getting that over him. Good stuff from Grundy, but Białecki, he's only managed to pick up 1 leg today.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Sebastian hasn't played well today so far, but I'm giving Grundy a lot of credit, because that was a great performance. Remarkably consistent in the first 3 legs. 15, 15, 15. If you're doing that, you're putting your opponent under massive pressure all the time.
But the one we've got to give the most credit to has to be Andreas Harrison. Go back to that first match yesterday, the poorest performance in the group. Since then, he's won everything since.
Learning from what you do wrong on day 1, put it right on day 2, and heaven knows what he's going to do in his first game tomorrow, but there's still 3 more games before we even get there. He's on a nice little streak now.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see the end of that win against Grundy, who himself seems to be sort of appearing better in terms of demeanour today. He was hitting doubles yesterday and sort of waving his arms about, shaking his head. Seems a very different Robert Grundy today.
Yeah, he might have been listening to you and I in the commentary box yesterday, because we were talking about how sometimes when you react in that way and your opponent can see it, you can fuel their fire. So maybe he's made an oath to himself at around 9:25 this morning, saying, right, I'm not going to do that today. I'm going to stay a bit more internal, get a bit more focus. It's definitely worked so far.
Right, we're approaching the midway point of the group. Let's have a look at the table. You dissect this, Paul, because who's out of it? Who's still in contention? Who's going to win it?
Well, Białecki for me is at 10 points adrift at almost the halfway stage. I don't think that's a gap that can be closed. I think West, Whitehead and Grundy have got to make a move now. They're 6 points behind, but Dennant ready to strike. Andreas Harrison is in that protection position, but if he continues his run, he might be too tough to stop.
Can he continue his run?
I don't see why not. We've seen how many games he can play in a week and still succeed. I don't see Group A as a situation that he can't do. And even if he doesn't, he won't be perturbed, because he doesn't say anything in the practice room. He talks minimally, and he doesn't feed his opponents any sort of weakness. I think that's one of the reasons why he is definitely the favourite for the group now.
Well, he's the one they're all chasing. Matthew Dennant is the man closest to him, and he's in action next. Rob Grundy, as Paul just described, trying to keep himself firmly in contention for top spot as well. So we'll see how it unfolds for the rest of the day in the company of this man and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. And this Game 7 has huge consequences on both ends of this league table. Rob Grundy, the poolie, who's put aside his hoolie on day 1 here at the Super Series, up against Matt Dennant, who was the tenant at the top of the table following the first day's play. But he could find himself in somewhat of a no-man's land if he loses this match. He could find himself 4 points behind Andreas Harrison by the end of this round. He could also see himself picked within 2 points of the Group C post. That is how things could lie for the scholar, who was top of the class on day 1.
First
he may have a bit of
Rob to throw first. Game
gap to
on.
bridge at the end of day 2, and he may be precariously looking over his shoulder. The odds compilers have Rob Grundy out as the 4-5 favourite. Matt Dennant going in at 10-11. There's not much the odds compilers can
60.
weigh between the pair. And in terms of the meeting between these two yesterday, it was Grundy that sealed a 4-1 victory, inflicting the only defeat upon Dennant. on Monday. Doing so with a 94.82 average, a 4-1 victory it was in the end. And he was 66.67% when it came to his doubles. But Dennant has started perfectly and continues upon that perfect path. His second max in succession.
180.
The Scholar could well come up with a special moment here on the Super Series' most special of weeks.
140. Matt, you require 141.
Let's find out, Matt. Oh, it's very close.
89.
Very, very close indeed. A superb attempt and the best we've seen for a perfect leg this week so far.
As you mentioned earlier on, only Steve West has hit one at Champions Week.
139.
But as far as starts go,
Matt,
an
you
11
require
dart breaker
52.
throw. It's as close to good as it can get. Tops for Dennant. He's been
Game
good on
shot
this
on the
target
first
today.
leg. Matt
And that
Dennant.
ultra reliability at the top of the board continues here. 1-0 Dennant, breaker throw.
As we inch towards the end of this
Second leg,
series,
it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
we could talk about the things that have happened in Series 5 and indeed in the entire year.
121.
We've seen history made in this room with the first female hitting a 9-darter on a broadcast. What a day that was. We've seen our first 9-darter in a Champions Week, like you mentioned.
55.
We've seen our first defense of the Super Series with Luke Littler. And records tumbling in this series with
100.
best winning average of over 122 by Daryl Pilgrim. And let us not forget the quickest game we've ever had in 5 minutes and 41 seconds from Alexander Merckx
100.
beating Jelle Klaassen. And that record was improved by 10, 11 seconds, was it?
100.
It was around the 550 mark. Graham Usher. And that was back in the previous venue in Southampton when the gambler was playing every single card perfectly. Well, that's another clattering for Grundy. He's had a couple of them today.
That's going to happen with his setup, though, because he doesn't have a great deal of stem on that dart. And when that barrel hits flight, it's got nothing else to carry it through.
100.
If you try and throw these darts, it'll be very, very difficult because the weighting is so much towards the back.
140. Matt, you require
The centre
80.
of gravity on those darts, I'd be really fascinated to balance them on my index finger and see where it is. Where's this going?
60. Robbie, you
He's
require
finally missed one at
86.
tops. And the balance of the game may well swing more evenly if Grundy can find this 86. It would be for the break back. It's going to be a dart of the ball.
61.
Just below. How many
Matt, you
times has he
require 20.
found the 25 when he's wanted the middle of the diddle? Dennant looking to solve the riddle on double 10.
Game shot on the
He looks
second
really
leg.
confident all of a
Matt
sudden.
Dennant.
He was left, to use one of your words, Henry, a little bit bereft
Third leg, it's Rob to throw
after that first game of the day.
on.
But since then, he has responded, starting to play at the same sort of level that we saw from him yesterday. A 2-0 lead here in 28 darts is giving Grundy a very big headache.
131.
Now, Matthew Dennant has been atop a certain list
57.
this year, which has got people within our sport frustrated because on a certain system that records all of the averages and statistics
95.
for Players' Championships this year in the PDC, Matthew Dennant was given one game as an alternate player, as a substitute.
129.
He lost that game, averaging 103.44. That was against Joe Cullen back on the 21st of May. But because of that losing average, and the fact that he's never played again,
134.
he's been atop the Players' Championship averages list ever since. And it annoys people to the teeth.
60. Rob, you require 141.
Denner be sick to the back teeth if Grundy can take out this 1-4-1. It's been an improved leg from him. In fact, the averages have seesawed into Grundy's direction. We haven't had a ton topper so far at Champions
45.
Week. And in the third leg, both are averaging 101.
I'm going to make another point about that list in the next leg. And it's very appropriate for this week in
Rob,
Champions
you're
Week.
requiring 96.
Be advised, Rob. Take this out. Stay on that one. Double here doesn't work because that's a perfect marker. And that's a beautiful
Game shot on the third
checkout
leg.
from someone who's
Rob
found more
Grundy.
corners of doubles over the last 2 days than anybody. Now, my point about Dennant
Fourth
being
leg,
top
it's
of the
Matt to
averages
throw
for Players'
first.
Championships in 2023 leads us to 2022 because the exact same thing happened
100.
to Daryl Pilgrim. He played one game, averaged in, I think it was 99. It became so much of a joke that somebody made him a mug
140.
with a print of that averages list. And he stayed at the top of it until the end of the season. Now, nobody
60.
is going to top Matthew Dennant on that list. So, somebody get him a mug.
Well, Daryl Pilgrim, actually, I was looking at some stats yesterday about the
123.
Challenge Tour in 2023. And if you take out players who played minimum amount of matches and the statistic variable was 20, he had the highest
100.
average on the Challenge Tour of anybody in 2023. And so I suppose when we see him on Thursday evening, Group B, it poses the question, we know the level that he's got, but maybe we can question at times him crossing that
98.
finishing line. And on a week like this, it's about those that can hold their composure in the crucial moments.
Isn't that the case? Just think back to the Series 2 final. 4 legs to 3
140.
between Raymond
Robbie
Smith and
Mackay,
Matt Clark. The
140.
only series final to have gone the distance. It was one leg for 10 extra £1,000. Imagine that kind of pressure.
It's cutthroat here at the Super Series. That's why we
100.
like it. Jeopardy
Matthew
at
Mackay,
every single nook
101.
and cranny. Matt Dennant looking to join the Room 101. This is for free one. It's not going to happen. And so
53.
Grundy comes back for 2-2
Robbie
and to
Mackay, 40.
kind of halt what was a blistering start for the scholar. Remember, he was 7 darts into the 9 in the opening leg. His average was heading into the 100 teens.
Game
But
shot on the
Grundy
fourth leg.
levels up
Rob
at 2-2
Grundy.
with a 14 darter, and his average is just under the 103 mark.
Yeah, this is a proper game of darts.
Fifth leg, it's Rob to throw first.
That's very
Game
good.
on.
We saw a lot of that yesterday. 50% on the doubles from both players in a game. It happened multiple times. We didn't see that
58.
in many games yesterday at this point. And their averages at this point are identical, as you can see.
99.
Somebody would say one more and then you can't split them. In matter of fact, in the history of Champions Week, we're talking about ton plus averages. In the 4 previous Champions Week, we've seen
41.
45 ton plus averages. It averages out to around about 11 ton topping averages every single Champions Week out of 104 matches.
That's interesting because we
46.
are quite far behind what we'd expect at this point. And if we are going to get something like 10 or 11 ton plus averages, then my word,
58.
what a few days we've got coming. Don't be afraid to get in touch with us today at MSS Darts, as you can see in the bottom
120.
right of your screen. We've had our first hat stand of the day there from Dennant, or as I like to call that one, the grandfather clock, because it's like a pendulum. And you don't get points for that shot because the point needs to be connected with the sisal of the
96.
dartboard in a scoring segment.
$96.
By this point in the previous Champions Week, there was 5 ton plus averages. In fact, in the last Champions Week, there was 3 ton plus averages in the first 4 matches.
100.
How many of those
Matt,
games
you
were
require
involving Luke Littler?
140.
Funny enough, none.
Well, there you go. We learn something new every day, don't we? This has got to be a really careful single 20 here from Matt.
100.
Thought that out.
Robbie
Executed
required
perfectly.
148.
Big moments in this match. Dennett threatening the break. Grundy needs a haymaker to hold. Another one of them. That's perfectly laid. But just above. And so Dennett gets the break chance to lead 3-2 and to stem the Grundy tide.
I get the feeling that dart was going to be in the 60 had the first one
Matt,
been
you
just a
required
little
40.
lower. There was a real thud when it hit that first shot. Double 10.
20.
Dennett will be devastated with that effort.
Robbie
All three
required
darts,
48.
not close.
You can see through his reaction in the background, he is cheesed off and then some.
One thing I said with Chris Murphy on the balcony is that somebody
16.
on 6 points has got to make a move. And Rob did not make his
Matt,
move
you
there.
required 20.
This could be bad news for not just Grundy, but also for Weston Whitehead.
Game shot
Because
the
that
fifth
3-2
leg.
lead is a
Matt
break of
Dennett.
throw. If Dennett serves it out and gets 4-2 or even 4-3, he will join Harrison on 12
leg, it's
points
Matt to throw
and will be
first.
6 points ahead
Game on.
of 3 players.
This has the sort of feel of an eliminator. In the respect that if Dennett can win this one, it could be,
98.
especially if Harrison can beat West in the next, the possibility that it could just be a 2-horse race, a 2-horse fight, and that the rest will be left behind, and it'll be a dogfight for Group B and C.
140.
I mean, those 2 darts in the trouble there looked like they were crisscrossing.
59.
And Matt Dennett, one of the best counters in the game, and so by going down, he knows that a maximum will leave him on a finish on 164 as opposed to a straight 60, leaving himself on a
60.
bogey.
Absolutely. This is the kind of thing that elite dart players must do these days. You can't be leaving 3-4-3 anymore.
140.
I give him full props for nearly leaving the finish there as well. In that mid-300 range, if it's 340 to 350, you must leave a 1 at the end, a 0,
100.
a 4, a 7. And that way, a maximum will still leave a finish.
6 for the match for Matt Dennett.
100.
Makes some kind of inroads, leaves himself on 104. Grundy realistically needs a 2 treble turn and then hope.
Famously, Matthew Dennett missed a dart to knock a famous T-sider away
Matt,
from
you
getting a
require
tour card.
104.
He's missed a dart at treble 16 there
40.
to have a shot
Robbie
of beating
required
this
24.
T-sider.
And so 2 12s for 3-3. 6s.
The trapdoor.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
He opens the
Rob
trapdoor.
Grundy.
And this time, Rob, when you go to 3-3, you haven't won yet. Because yesterday, when he hit 3-3 against someone, he thought he'd won. And then, when he realised he
Seventh
hadn't,
final leg. It's Rob to
he
throw
lost
first.
the match.
Game on.
Yeah, how does it go? Don't you open that trapdoor, because there's something down there. That was a great show.
96.
Well, that was a ghoulish fort. But this could be trick or treat as far as Grundy is concerned, because if he loses this one, well, he may be
140.
left with, well, some empty sweet wrappers as far as his chances of going through the group are concerned. But if he wins this one, he may well see a little bit of a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. And the biggest pot of them all is up for
100.
grabs on Saturday night. And there's still some selected tickets available. If you scan that QR code, it sends you to a website called dartshop.tv where you can reserve your place. Not just for this
100.
Saturday night, but for any Saturday night here at the MODUS Super Series in this unique darting environment of the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
Well, both darts there did not come out of his grip properly. And
44.
in fact, I would go so far as to say that all 3 darts in that visit were not delivered the way he wanted.
83.
And Denon doesn't really jump all over it. One treble visit, which fails to get him to a finish, means that Grundy still has 6 from here to get what you would classify as an unlikely win.
It's been a game that has slipped and
134.
slide. The seesaw and pendulum has come and gone and swung one way then the t'other. Dennett raced out the traps.
Well,
60.
Rob Grundy is very fortunate
Robbie
to be on a finish here, because
127.
had he got 96, he'd be on 165. If he takes this 127, I don't believe in luck in this game, but my word, he's playing with fire. We've already seen evidence that
99.
maybe Grundy is not
Matthew
as
McQuire, 180.
counting savvy as Matt Dennett. But does he get a shot for the match? Yes, he does. A double 14 again.
44. Robbie
To
required
win
28.
It's 2-14 for Grundy for a 4-3 win.
Game,
and
shots,
2-14s
and the
it
match,
is for a
Rob
big
Grundy.
win for Rob Grundy, because it just keeps himself in the conversation and the equation as far as Progressive Group A is concerned. It stops Matt Dennett from running away with things as he walks off stage livid, because he did have the opportunity in that one. He got off to a good start. But Rob Grundy with a 94.11 average. It's back-to-back 94 averages against Matt Dennett. It's back-to-back wins against the Scholar. A 4-3 victory for him sees him on 8 points. One of West and Whitehead is going to follow him after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the question is, can Steve West turn his fortunes around today? He had a really good start to the group yesterday, won his first 3 matches, but lost his last 2. Today, he's lost his first 2, and we're hoping now to repeat his fortunes and win his last 3. But Conan Whitehead stands in his way, having got victories in each of his first 2 games today. Really good stuff from Conan, the Series 1 champion. All smiles between the pair on the stage. West did win this fixture 4-1 yesterday. Which way will it go today? Let's find out in the company of the asset, Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Yes, Murph, I think this is a very fascinating game with a very different outlook at this time of day. We talked about the fact that this game will be the middle match of Tuesday
First leg, it's Steve to
after
throw
being
first.
the middle match on Monday.
Game on.
But I assure you, the outlook of this is very, very different, because when we came into game number 3 for these players yesterday, West was undefeated.
135.
And Whitehead had only just won the one game. And I say only just. But oh, how things can change. West is now
23.
2 out of 2 when it comes to losses. And Whitehead is undefeated coming into this. Very different day here on Tuesday.
How things can flip-flop, but Steve West is the type of player that can just turn it on
140.
without a moment's notice. In fact, they've both kind of got this similar, like, Maverick Flair style about them.
100.
I couldn't agree more. World Darts is not just about watching the MVGs and the Andersons
92.
and the Wrights of this world and the Michael Smiths. There are other players as well who have that flair, and these two have it.
174. Steve, you
And
require
by mean it,
134.
I don't mean the scary clown.
Oh, there was some clowning around on the stage before the game
94.
got underway, but it's all to the serious business now, and the loser could see their hopes, a bit like the clown for Mick, down the drain. As Whitehead finds the first max, and don't expect that to be the last of this
Steve, you
game.
require 40.
Just like a red balloon, that, wasn't it? All red.
$30. Conan, you
Won wide by
require
some
24.
distance, and Whitehead could steal this one.
Game shot on the
And that
first
180
leg.
wasn't
Conan
very
Whitehead.
wise. It was penny wise.
That's 7 perfect darts for Conan Whitehead.
Second leg, it's Conan to throw
174,
first.
180,
Game on.
then the double 12 for 13 darter. That is the dictionary definition of scoreboard pressure. Do we let
60.
the tumbleweed continue? To be fair, that was a good one. That was a good
Yeah, I
one.
thought that was pretty good, actually, because it was red, 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 and then red for the end. If the end of a leg was going to get
60.
some sort of gif, it would be that evil smile of the evil clown from that Stephen King novel. And he's at it again.
That's his third maximum
180.
visit. He's had 2 180s and a 174 in this match. In matter of fact, he is now on a streak of
100.
10 perfect darts and 13. This is incredible.
If you needed a little bit of proof
131.
that Conan is a very good player, I think maybe you've just had a little slice of it. But West will be thinking, hang on a minute.
125.
I probably-
Conan, you require
Well, I
130.
could have won the first leg. And he might be staring 2-0 down in the face. All red again?
122.
However, it could be back-to-back 13s at the halfway point, potentially, of this match. West himself hasn't played too
38.
bad, but he hasn't been given much of a
Conan, you
looking now
require
after
8.
that first leg. Double 4
Game shot on the
for
second leg.
back-to-back
Conan
13
Whitehead.
dart legs. The average is 115.62. And perhaps at this juncture with the game potentially at the halfway
Third leg,
point,
it's Steve to
we
throw
should
first.
hasten to mention
Game on.
that the record average at a Champions Week is 113.77. Luke Littler in a game against Reece Robinson in the last Champions Week. But Steve West isn't going to go down without a
180.
fight. That's his first max of the match.
I would be amazed
100.
if there's only 3 maximums in this game. I expect there to be more.
85.
This is the sort of game where you probably could have laid on as much as the over 5.5 180 market. So remember, if you are having a flutter, it is 18 plus, and it is
22.
begambleaware.org for more information about safe, responsible gambling. Or wherever you are tuning in the world, those
43.
various databases are also available.
And West was hoping by the end of today that he could feel like Tottenham Hotspur. Top of the table.
58.
But I don't think that's going to happen today. But all he needs to be by the end of today is within striking distance. And with Andreas Harrison already on 12 points, he needs to win all 3 games that he's got left just to make that mark. With Harrison
45.
having 3 games
Steve
left.
requires 66.
Well, Conan kicked off this game with a pair
Game
of
shot on the
13s, and
third
Steve
leg.
West has won
Steve
his first
West.
leg with a 14. This has been superb up to press. West is in the battle, but he still has to find a break.
Fourth leg, it's Conan to throw first.
With
Game
Whitehead
on.
leading 2-1 and on throw in the 4th.
I love this fixture. This is my
100.
generation of darts. I know there's a lot of young viewers out there watching this on a smart device or even on their smart TVs. And you might like the look of a Cam Crabtree versus an Owen Bates, that kind
100.
of match. But this is my generation, this game. I first met Steve in the early 2000s when he was playing for Hertfordshire.
140.
An incredible amount of great dart players in that A team. What a squad they had. Likes of Steve Smith and Dennis Ovens and his brother Tony.
180.
Told you we were going to get another 180 at least. But Whitehead, Kent through and through.
91.
These players are still brilliant and they are proving it.
Conan Whitehead, the last time he was at the
135.
Super
Conan,
Series in the
you require
qualifying week,
170.
nailed back-to-back 170s in back-to-back days, but he's not going to find the fish on this particular occasion. And having won the
40.
first couple of legs in the
Steve,
space
you
of
require
13,
86.
he could find himself level at 2-2 because West, after 9, has left himself a finish. He's going to have a dart at the bull after 12.
Game
He
shot on
finds
the
the bull
fourth
after
leg.
12.
Steve West.
And level we are at 2-2.
Feels like a rarity, that, a bullseye
Fifth leg,
finish.
Steve to throw first. Game on.
I can't even remember one for the last day and a half. Have we even had one? Well, we have now.
140.
I've got to give Steve West a lot of credit because at 2-0 down, I feared the worst, but he has stayed on point. He stayed focused.
121.
And he is now very much back in this game.
These are the averages at the midway point. Steve West averaging just a shade under 105. Conan
60.
Whitehead 97.3. After rampaging out the traps, back-to-back 13 dart legs. Now looking for a 5th max is the Barbarian.
140.
His average ticks to just under a ton.
Do you know it's about 4 years ago since Conan Whitehead set his own personal
100.
best average in a competitive match? Just have a little think as to what that could be, everybody watching. As we see another maximum, that's the 5th of the contest.
180.
Oh yeah, Whitehead has before beaten Portugal's #1 player, José de Sousa, in a Players' Championship,
140.
averaging
Conan, you required 60.
and 15.3 by 6 legs to 2.
Game shot
can
on the
do
fifth
this all
leg.
day.
Conan Whitehead.
But both players are serving up a Champions Week treat right now.
6th leg, it's
And
Conan to
perhaps
throw
as
first.
expected,
Game
being
on.
played in fantastic spirits. 104 and 103 the averages. Whitehead with a crucial break in the 5th leg and is now throwing for it. The victor, remember, will find themselves on 8 points
100.
and will just keep themselves in the equation as far as qualification is concerned. But despite the brilliance, it should not be slipped from the mind that defeat here would mean that Steve West has lost
83.
5 on the spin.
My caveat to this situation is as such.
81.
Some people play their best against their enemies. Some people play best against people they don't even know. I have a feeling that West plays his
85.
best against people who are very, very close to him because his 2 top averages in his career that are recorded
98.
are against 2 of the closest people to him in the world. One, his brother Tony, who he bageled 6-0 in the German Darts Championship in 2016. I was there
45.
watching it, and he beat him with an average of 109.98. And then if you think that's good, what about beating one of his best pals in Mervyn King?
140.
Again on the European Tour and reset 111.29 is current personal best.
Well, we haven't seen a ton plus average in
140.
the Series
Conan
5
Require,
Champions Week.
82.
Conan Whitehead, if he can nail this 82, will give us the first. As a matter of fact, both players would be left with ton plus averages. The best two performances of the week have conjoined together in one match. 19 leaves 63. The treble 13 leaves double 12 for a 4-2 win.
58.
Now, what does
Steve
he do?
require
If this was Conan, I'd say
148.
treble 18, but West is going to be on 60s. So Whitehead should win from here.
94.
Emphasise.
Conan, you require
should,
24.
But does he?
Game,
He does.
shot, and the
That
match.
is a brilliant
Conan
match.
Whitehead.
Both are separated in average by 0.06. Neither of them got a ton plus checkout. We did get a bullseye finish, however, from West. And Whitehead wins that one by 4 legs to 2. It was stunning, pretty much from start to finish. And you can see how much it means to Conan. You don't get matches like that every day at the Super Series, but we've just seen it. And now Whitehead is in 4th position on the table. West will remain on 6 points in 5th. When we come back, it will be the game in hand for our leader, Andreas Harrison.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are in the midst of Champions Week and a Group A battle between Andreas Harrison and Sebastian Białecki. It's top versus bottom in the table. Białecki pretty much consigned to not winning this group and needs to get motoring if he's got any ambitions of even making it to Group B. But of course he did win his week from Group C, so never write anybody off, certainly not on a Champions Week. However, it is a player who's only lost one game against a player who's only won one game. And talking you through it, it's back to Henry and Paul.
Well, follow that, Sebastian and Andreas, because that could well be the game that lights up the blue touch paper for Champions Week. We've been awaiting a type of encounter like that, and Conan Whitehead and Steve West most certainly delivered. It feels like for Steve West, whatever he touches doesn't turn to gold. If anything, it is like the ballroom Cinderella-type carriage has turned into a pumpkin on Halloween night.
First leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Well, at the minute, Sebastian is feeling a bit like Cinderella with all of her heart's wishes and dreams broken. Because at the minute, he's just going through the
32.
motions. It has not been a good day for Sebastian, whereas right now, Andreas is the wizard. He can cast spells on everyone.
140.
The thing with Harrison is he can play at this type of standard and doesn't need to deviate away. He can play at this level all night, which I think is going to be
85.
very scary for everybody else as the week goes along.
You make a good point, Henry, because he's playing at a very sustainable level.
60.
When you look at something like 105 average, is that something you're going to do every game? No. When you do continually do that, that's a hot spell.
100.
Do you need a hot spell to win Group A in a Champions Week? Not necessarily. But what you do need is a ready amount of good standard
100.
consistently, and that might just get you to the top of this table. And that's exactly what Andreas is doing. 88 in his first game, 94 in his next.
62.
And if I was to hazard a guess as to what he's going to put in this game, it's probably somewhere between 90 and 94.
Well, by this point, we are more than willing to give that first game against Matt Dennett down as an anomaly. So in the 6 matches
23.
since then, his lowest average is that 88.41 to kickstart the day against Steve West.
I think I figured it out, you know. I think that was a deliberate ploy by Andreas against Matthew yesterday to lure everybody into a
140.
false sense of security. Of course it wasn't. He wanted to win that game. But based on what we can see on our results charts,
100.
Looks like a
Sebastian
stroke of
require
genius.
82.
Well, for Sebastian Białecki, he's only got the solitary leg to his name so far today. And if he can find the bullseye, he'll find himself in front in a game for the first time today.
40.
Not to be. And so Harrison
Andreas
back for
requires
78 to break
78.
the throw in the opening leg.
he keeps going to the well, and constantly that well is dry. Double top for Andreas.
38. Sebastian, you require 42.
And this time, Andreas is at fault. How about double 16 for Sebastian?
10. Andreas,
I
you
have
require
never,
40.
in all the times I've seen him play here, seen him this dejected.
These two's best suit is the fact that they keep
Game shot
cool,
on the
calm,
first leg.
collected heads.
Andreas Harrison.
Andreas Harrison does so there to break the throw and to lead 1-0. And we were talking up on the
Second leg,
balcony
it's Andreas
yesterday,
to throw
Paul, about the
first.
fact that
Game on.
Sebastian could be a contender this week because of the fact that he doesn't usually let out these types of emotions, that no matter whether he's playing well or playing poorly, he can
55.
keep everything in check.
He's still young. He's a human being. And when this is happening to you, there's only so much you can take. This is a real test of patience and will.
46.
Because if he's not going to play well today, or indeed for the rest of the group, you just wonder what kind of effect that could possibly have on a Group C campaign, because already
59.
I think he's going to be in that group.
If you're in his predicament right now, are you just wanting this group to be finished now, accept your fate you're going to be in Group C, and just get to Thursday morning as quickly as possible?
No, not at all. I think you need to look at the table
26.
and recognise the situation you're in first. Be at peace with it, and then use the next day and a half to figure out what it is you need
81.
for Thursday and Friday. Whether it's a rhythm thing, a feel thing, whether it's an ailment thing. If there's something not 100%, get it fixed and come back on Thursday and Friday after a couple
85.
of days play, where you've got some more reps in there, possibly cause a few problems for people that you might come up against, and just have that fresh mindset. But don't just
99.
cast aside the next 5 or 6 games. Use them and learn from them.
That's much better from
140.
Białecki. This leg up in the offing, but Harrison, by having the advantage of throw, gets first go. 6 darts on 207, and he is making severe inroads.
85.
But that last dart changes things just a tad bit. But it should also be said that even in a game where he's below the standard,
68. Andreas should require 122.
Harrison may still find himself in a 2-0 lead.
Interesting play. How many people do you know that go treble 15 and a 122?
Sebastian require 136.
Mathematically, it can happen. But that's a first for me.
96.
Now, this is
Andreas
where you
should
think
require
he's going to go for the
72.
16s or the 20s. So he goes for the 12s. Can't quite figure him out, and I like that. Does he like this?
24.
He does not.
Sebastian, you require
However, you can
40.
say by stark contrast, it's been a bit of a mess from Harrison from a position of authority. He may see himself drawn back level, but he's gone down into the double 15, and the shake of the head just sums up
Andreas
where
requires
Sebastian
48.
Białecki is right now.
He's a good centimetre inside that double 15 as well.
Game shot on the second low. Andreas
2-0
Harrison.
to Andreas Harrison, averaging very low, I might add. But what I will say is that that dart at double 10,
It's Sebastian
it
to throw
hasn't
first.
just
Game
missed double 10. Every player, when they've got one dart at double 10, they're going for the middle of the bed. That has missed the target by well over an inch.
134.
How many times this week have we seen Rob Grundy hitting a double right at the bottom? Now, he does hit the double like that, but I guarantee you he's missing the target he was going for, which is the middle of the bed. It's one of the reasons why doubles are easier to hit than trebles, because they're bigger. They give you more margin for error.
140.
Better scoring leg from Sebastian. This is what's been missing. He hasn't got a 180 today, and he only had 2 yesterday.
121.
He's one of those players who doesn't employ using
122.
different darts, different stems, different flights very much. He likes what he likes. But those barrels, they look like they've got some age.
95. Sebastian, you require 105.
86 left with 2.
57.
It's an okay layup. Didn't make any huge errors there. So he's coming back for a 2-darter that has an implement of choice.
97. Sebastian, you require 48.
What does he implement? It's double 16, which is curious. He
16.
hasn't hit it today. And
Andreas,
he's
you
had
require
multiple shots at it. In
104.
fact, he hasn't been close to it.
All about the 18s here for Harrison. And now double 16
Game shot on the
for
third
3-0
leg.
lead.
Andreas
And that will feel like a
Harrison.
heartbreaker for Białecki, who may have thought that he may have finally have found a chance, and the opportunity came
Fourth
and
leg, it's
went on the
Andreas to throw
16s.
first.
And
Game
Harrison
on.
has just mopped in for the double break. When it rains, it pours.
That is the darting equivalent of somebody taking a bucket of salt and pouring it on your
40.
dinner. Ruined. That third leg was in Sebastian's lap. Hence, Andreas brings the salt.
93.
Do you often bring buckets of salts to places?
Actually, I have this week. I like to salt bake things. Takes a lot of salt to do that.
140.
You didn't know that about me, did you?
Well, that quit went wrong, didn't it? Well, as for Sebastian Białecki, he made the quarterfinals of the UK Open last year. Played William
59.
O'Connor a lot in that quarterfinal. And he actually had some symmetry of our referee, Charlie Corstefine, because It was that session where he made his big stage PDC televised refereeing debut.
81.
There he is, one of the stars in the refereeing world. Bright future ahead of him. Not just the players that get opportunities here at the Super Series, it should be added. Referees, officials,
84.
and people behind the scenes have all been able to forge full-time careers with the sport of darts and the MODUS Super Series.
100.
Yeah, Sebastian did make a name for himself. Almost 2 years ago. It's about 18 months at the minute,
39.
but I'm trying to
Andreas
dramatise it a little bit
required
there.
140.
Almost 2 years ago, that. And he's still a very young man. A 4-0 victory
83.
for Harrison over Białecki. So the people in the practice room will feel fairly familiar. They might think that based on form this week that this could have happened. But it
44.
is possibly
Andreas required
disastrous
57.
for everybody else. Double top.
37.
And disaster doesn't strike just yet for the chasing pack, but you sense some sort of aftershock is about to happen.
Well, if Harrison pins this double 10, it will be 12 legs won for the day for the concession of just 2.
95.
It'll be 2 4-0 victories in 3.
Andreas required 20.
He is really asserting his authority. We call Tuesday moving day
Game,
because someone
shot, and the
usually
match.
makes
Andreas
a dramatic
Harrison.
push, and that is exactly what Andreas Harrison is doing here. He has opened up a 4-point lead at the top of Group A, and he is edging perhaps now towards the first spot at Champions Night on Saturday. He beats the Pole, Sebastian Białecki, by 4-0, aided and abetted by a 104 outshot and some power scoring along the way. Białecki had chances, he just couldn't take them. It is going from bad to worse for the Pole so far today. Coming up after the break, Steve West against Rob Grundy promises a lot.
Welcome back to Champions Week here at the MODUS Super Series. We're in Group A, and here is what's happened so far on the second day of play. Andreas Harrison is continuing this winning run. He's made it 3 wins from 3 with that 4-0 victory over Sebastian Białecki, who's finding it tricky on Halloween, but it's Harrison who's producing the treats, along with Conan Whitehead, who's also managed to win all of his games so far, including a 4-2 victory over Steve West last time out. West is back in action next against Robert Grundy and needs to get going. Here is the table. You'll see why. West now down to 5th place after winning his first 3 matches yesterday. He's lost all his games since and is a long way off the top now, but could climb with a victory over Grundy here, who could go level on 8 points with. But Matt Dennett has 10 and Andreas Harrison currently the runaway league leader on 14 points. Right, let's get this Grundy West battle going in the company of Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Thanks, Murph. Yes, next round of play then, which means we've got 6 games left for the day. It'll be very interesting to see what happens in this game, but there's one person at the top of the table right now who can look away for a couple of games before he plays Conan Whitehead in game number 12. The Swede is not going to be ruffled by whatever result happens here because he's guaranteed to be at least 4 points ahead.
It's Steve to throw
going
first.
into the next
Game
round.
on.
I didn't expect anybody to be having that kind of cushion at this halfway stage, but it's happening.
Well, there's a possibility that he could
60.
open up a gap, a considerable gap overnight. There is the possibility that he could conceivably be either 6 or 8 points clear going into the third and
58.
final day's action in Group A.
With some players, you might sense the possibility of slowing down.
140.
With Andreas, I don't get that. I get the feeling that what he's doing right now is going to be sustained unless other people
100.
start taking him out. Now, if we may be frank and Stein on Halloween, Andreas has just averaged 78
60.
and won 4-0. This is Champions Week. If you can't beat somebody averaging 77, then you're in trouble. And everybody in the practice room will be
81.
thinking, well, why didn't he play like that against us? That's darts.
And this is West in full beast mode.
180.
He's suddenly switched things on.
If he does what he did against Whitehead a couple of games ago against Grundy,
140.
it
Steve,
might
you require 61.
be good enough. Double 4.
Game shot.
Very,
the
very
first
good.
leg. Steve West.
Stops his opponent from getting a shot. And against Whitehead, he had 5 darts at
Second
double,
leg, it's Rob
hit
to throw
2 of them,
first.
including a
Game
bullseye
on.
finish on 86. But Whitehead got 1 more dart at double and hit 4. And they averaged both over 101.
59.
Imagine we haven't had, for a day and a half, a ton plus average, and then we get 2 in the same game, and you're the person who gets the losing 101 average.
140.
That's got to hurt a little bit.
Interestingly, when Steve West is on because every single leg that he's won today has been in the space of 15 or less.
85.
Just piecing the jigsaw together.
100.
And jigsaws don't come together quickly, unless it's a 4-piece jigsaw. Super Series is more like a 500-piece jigsaw puzzle. First, you've got to do the corners, the edges, and then you've got to work your way into the middle. It takes time.
180.
Max for Grundy.
Max for West,
140.
but he does get to the finish first. Might need another bullseye checkout just to stop Grundy from getting a shot to pick his pocket.
Well, the good thing is he got some practice on that in the last leg.
91. Steve, you require
Inadvertently
121.
pinning it on the 61 first dart. He may want it with the last dart. But he can't find the treble 17, and so Grundy may
57.
get his
Rob, you
own turn at
require
this target if he
86.
can't find a treble with the first 2 darts.
It's going to be the bullseye on 86 for Rob this time.
$61.
He can't find the hot sauce
Steve
in the middle.
requires 64.
West is looking for tops. Just.
24.
That is one of the weirdest
Robbie
collisions I've
requires
seen
25.
all week. In fact, all series.
2-8 for Grundy. He loves his part of the board.
No score.
But that is dragged way below.
Stevie required 40.
That's gone in the air and lost all velocity. And now West comes back for tots for 2-0.
Game shot on the
Finds
second
tots for
leg.
2-0. He
Steve
gets
West.
the break. It's the first leg he's won today. Outside the space of 5 visits, he'll care nonetheless. And a little bit of an acknowledgement to Rob there. I'm not sure
Third leg,
Rob
it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
would appreciate that too much.
Yeah, as a player myself, if someone tapped me on the shoulder and said, sorry, pal, for taking that leg and going 2-0 up, I'd think, really?
140.
But they're the little games that you can play on the stage. What Steve's done there is he's played the gentleman, but he's playing the game. That's clever.
59.
Not as touching a moment that Steve West had with Alan Norris earlier on in the series, it has to be said.
Do elaborate.
Best not to.
91.
Got very friendly on the stage, put it that way.
I wonder if it was as friendly as
57.
there was a hug between, is it Victor Tingstrom and Oscar Lukasiak, and before every game they played, they had a full-on hug.
140.
It was like an episode of Knots Landing.
We should do that in the commentary box before every session.
Thinking of a word, starts with an N.
180.
Ends with an O, and that ends with an O as well.
130.
But it means 0. Okay.
125.
Tactically, somewhat questionable, and I'm being kind about that.
But this is Steve West, who'll give everything a go. He's not one to pass opportunities by.
I do get the fact that he's trying to make something happen, and
42.
he likes doubles at the top of the board. He loves
Steve
12s, he loves
required
tops,
5.
and obviously the one in the middle has just cost him the leg there, but he's got plenty of time to use. Double one, other side of tops this time.
Game shot on the third
No problem
leg.
whatsoever.
Steve
Forget about my
West.
analysis on the tactics. He's 3-0 up. And this is more like what we saw from him in the first game yesterday when he was
Fourth
beating
leg, it's Rob's to
Białowski by
throw
4 legs
first.
to 1.
Game on.
98.09 on that occasion. This one, 0.07 under that, but still very effective.
And another leg, one in that par for the course range. In this format,
58.
at the Super Series, 15 dart legs are huge weapons in the armoury.
100.
Honestly, I cannot remember this amount of nil scorelines on a day in a Champions Week like this. We're seeing more nils than
97.
3:01 p.m. on an old school video printer. That's about the most English reference I can give you.
131.
What we need now is to reference Jeff Stelling. And I suppose Rob Grundy's from Hartlepool.
True. We haven't got a dancing James Brown on the
96.
commentary box desk right here. And we aren't going to get one.
No karaoke then, Nico.
140.
He's left 130 again. Does he use double 5 once again? He might not have to.
And if anything,
60.
the miss and the double
Steve
5 last time is going to make Steve West
130.
even more determined to take it out this time. If he gets the opportunity, didn't have to go for it, but he chased the treble 20 because of his love of the ball.
92.
Leaves himself double 19. Will he be in a position to split or hit, or will he be forced to go for it first start in hand?
Well, this is really interesting now because West is averaging 101.69 coming into a match dart at double 19. He's doing exactly what he did against Conan Whitehead. But on this occasion, he actually wins with a 3-figure average. It's 100.2, even 15 darters. And like Henry said, 15 darters are very, very dangerous. And he does the double over Rob Grundy from Monday to Tuesday. He was just too good today. And he does get himself on level terms in leg difference and points with Rob Grundy at this stage. Interesting play there in the middle of the table. We'll take a short break. When we come back, Białecki looking to get something going, and Matthew Dennant is under pressure to do to Białecki what others have after this.
Well, the 4-0s just keep coming on Tuesday here in Champions Week. 5 out of the 10 matches going 4-0 so far, including the first 3 and the previous 2. Steve West getting that result to kickstart his day finally with his win against Rob Grundy. A second ton-topping average on the spin for Steve West as well. But now, well, it's a man who has struggled the most. Sebastian Białecki's only picked up a solitary leg today, and he takes on Matt Dennant, who's been in a very good position in the table since the action started yesterday. Second, trying to close the gap on Andreas Harrison to a couple of points, and Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon will guide you through the action here.
Thank you very much, Chris. And for Matt Dennant, the 2 games to end his day are of pivotal importance. If he can win this one, he moves himself on to 12 points, and then he has that game against Andreas Harrison to finish the day off. As for Sebastian Białecki, at this moment in time, everything is about trying to build as much confidence as possible. The Pole, who, as Chris said in the introduction, has won just the solitary leg so far today.
120.
Needs to discover something. He looks a little bit flat, as you'd expect in these circumstances, but needs just to find something just to get him going somewhat.
There was always going to be somebody, Henry,
70.
who was going to have to be at the foot of the table. But my forecast for this group was for all 6 players to be fairly tight-knit. It hasn't proven
140.
to be the case. And at the minute, Sebastian is going to dust, a bit like those Marvel characters under the spell of Thanos.
77.
this is a really important spell, like you mentioned, for Matt Dennant. He's got Białecki and he's got Harrison in game 15.
97.
He's going to have a very different Harrison in his second game with him here this week. But if you're Matt Dennant trying to draw out a scenario for the rest of the day, it's very simple. Beat Białecki, beat
99.
Harrison,
Matt, you
and
require
pray that
144.
Whitehead beats Harrison after this. If that happens, we've got a little bit of a duel at the top of the table.
60.
Dennant first to a finish, leaving 84 after 12 on throw, and Białecki again in a familiar position for him, chasing in a leg.
59. Matt, you require 84.
6 from here for the scholar. 16 the route, didn't have to chase the bullseye, his opponent not on a
52.
finish, and lays up for his favoured 32.
That's really interesting because he is a tops guy. Maybe he's just trying to create a little bit of ease with some of his finishing where he likes
100.
them both.
Matt, you require 32.
That would be a very smart play.
Game shot
Just
on the
creating a
first
little bit of
leg.
board
Matt
flexibility.
Dennant.
1-0 and somewhat predictable at the minute for someone who is
Second
towards
leg,
the
it's
top of the
Sebastian to
table.
throw first.
Again, someone who is
Game on.
struggling for legs. Remarkably, we've had 5 4-0 scorelines today. 5.
45.
Yesterday, the favoured result was 4-1. We had tons of those. So
96.
maybe we were warned yesterday that 4-0s were possible.
Well, it was just 3 games that went the distance over the course
80.
of yesterday. And in today's action, there's only been the one. That was Dennant's defeat to Rod Grundy in Game 7 of our day.
140.
Are you a fan of the nickname The Scholar? I asked the question of Chris Murphy yesterday.
It's different. It's original. It's something you can work with. I mean, put it this way. It ain't Denny.
89.
If he was an Aussie, he'd be Denau. Because they like to put an O at the end of most nicknames. Because if he called those 2 guys in the hut on the
133.
beach, that famous beer advert, "Hi, it's Matt from the West Midlands. Denau." That's what it would be. But right now, he hasn't got much in the way of problems to ask.
83.
He is still
Matt, you
in a
require
position
132.
to win through Group A. Just get more points than the other guys. That would be their answer.
51.
To quote the famous song, Matt Dennant may have 99 problems, but the darts ain't one. And the average is totting along towards the 99.
83.
Leaving
Matt, you
81
require
after
81.
12 to break the Białecki throw and to open up a 2-0 lead. Double 12 the destination.
Game shot on the
Double
second
12 is
leg.
what's pinned.
Matt Dennant.
And Dennant is into a 2-0 lead. A 14 darter there. It's 30 darts for the first 2 legs. The
Third leg,
average,
it's Matt to throw
100.2.
first. Game
He's 2
on.
from 2 on the doubles.
I made a point at the start of this game,
96.
or towards the end of the last game, that Dennant has got to do to Białecki what other people have been doing as well. And it's for 2 reasons. When you're playing someone who is not having a good day, you've got to be merciless.
86.
If you're seeing your other counterparts in the chasing pack beating Białecki comfortably, it forces you to do
95.
the same. But secondly, his leg difference before this match began was +5. Harrison's is
99.
+14. Now, he can do something about that when he plays Dirty Harrison in game 15. But what he can do about it now is get 4 legs closer
46.
before Harrison plays again. That is in play right now.
And if Dennant can come closer, he could just usher in Harrison in this race for top place.
100.
And this was
95.
towards the level that we saw in his qualification week. This is kind of what he does, this mid-90s range average.
They're all capable of doing that. It's just whether
58.
it turns up now and how often. Brilliant.
133.
Sensational
Sebastian
thinking
Require,
from Dennant.
158.
He knew that he could concentrate his efforts on the 19s to leave that 36. Board flexibility? You bet he's got it.
41.
16s,
Matt, you require
tops,
36.
18s, 12s. He's
Game
hitting them
shot on
all.
the third lay. Matt Dennant.
And is now 3-0 to the good.
Fourth lay,
He's
it's
been
Sebastian to
all
throw
over
first.
the board.
Game
And he's
on.
finding his baby. Before you say anything, I don't even know if he likes Lisa Stansfield. But what I mean is 16s,
77.
12s, 18s. He could do something that has maybe never happened here at the MODUS Super Series.
98.
He could have a perfect square. Oh, you heard right, Henry. A perfect square is when you get a 4 out of 4 on doubles and you go 12 to 16
86.
to 18 to 15. You draw square.
Well, on the weekend that
135.
British summertime became Greenwich Mean Time, Sebastian Białecki will be hoping that he could turn the clocks back again and turn it back to first thing on Monday morning. Here's a fun fact for you. Did you know that Chris Martin's great-great-granddad
98.
was responsible for the clocks changing between seasons, the Coldplay frontman?
Wow, that's a great factoid that
84.
I'll probably never ever remember.
There's someone that definitely will. Average ticking just under a ton for Dennant.
It was very interesting, Henry. I do like things like that.
140.
But is Dennant going to leave double 15 for the perfect square?
44.
Probably not.
Sebastian, you require 100.
You may not be able to square off the match in this leg if Białecki can find tops. Not to be this time, and so Dennant
60.
back for
Matt, you
140
require
for a
140.
4-0 win. That keeps the pressure on the Swede Andreas Harrison. Double 10 to finish in style,
Game,
to finish
shot,
with panache,
and the match.
and the scholar
Matt
has
Dennant.
taught the young Pole Sebastian Białecki a lesson there. A 4-0 victory with an average of 98.5 and 4 from 4 when it came to the finishes. A 140 checkout to round off the job to really pile the pressure on Andreas Harrison. Remember, them two meet in the final game of this afternoon's session. As far as this game is concerned, have a look at the left-hand side of the screen. That's as good can get. Coming up after the break, it is the man at the top of the table, Andreas Harrison. He can keep his 4-point lead intact, but he's got to get past probably the player of the day thus far in Conan Whitehead next.
Well, for the second time today, we've had a hat-trick of successive 4-0 results. And Andreas Harrison is one of the players that's just been involved in those. He beat Sebastian Białecki 4-0 a couple of games ago. Białecki beaten 4-0 again in the previous game. And Steve West getting his first victory of the day also with a whitewash win. There was also a whitewash for Whitehead earlier today. Conan conquered Matthew Dennant by that scoreline. A good little chat about the victories they've had, and they've got plenty to talk about before this match starts because both of them have won all three, and this is to determine who is the star of the day so far. If Harrison wins, he will pull further clear at the top of the table, but if Whitehead can get the victory, he will close the gap and looks like he'll be in contention come the final day of Group A. Back to the boys in the box, it's Paul and Henry.
And Conan Whitehead's having a good old Terry Tibbs moment here, isn't he? Talk to me. Andreas Harrison will never get that reference, but I'm sure that Conan would. They're both feeling very, very buoyant because they've won 3 from 3 today. Today couldn't really have gone any better. Whitehead turning things around on Tuesday. And Andreas continuing where he left off yesterday. This really could be very good. And if this goes 4-0, I'll be very surprised.
Could be very good. There can't be a more perfect start. And the man who's lifted that trophy before is beginning to play to the sort of levels that heralded him that title back in October last year.
Let's give you a bit of a picture about the table as it stands and what kind of
37
situation Conan is in, because even though he's undefeated today, he's still in 5th position. He hasn't made massive inroads as of yet, but this is his game in hand on the other 4 players. Win it, get to 10 points, climb to 3rd.
58.
There are 2 people who really want Conan to win this game. One is Conan, the other one is Matt Dennant. And let's face it, if we can expand that a little bit to Weston Grundy, there are probably 4 players that want the win for Conan in this one, which does heap a little bit of pressure on him.
81. Andreas should require 157.
So both players on big outs. It's Harrison with first poke on the 157 against throw. That's not going to go. But how handily can he leave this?
100.
Handily indeed. He just squeezes the trouble in with the last dart.
I haven't got a clue how that went in. I'd like to see a slow motion showing of that dart. Oof. No, that was a bounce out and a half. That was a Victor Tingstrom special, that
75.
Nearly hit our referee Charlie Corsafine on the leg. Harrison looking to take the leg. Breaking the leg.
37.
But dips below and Whitehead gets another chance. And only on 70 because of that bounce out with the first dart of the previous visit. And so it's only going to be 1 dart at double 16.
38.
The double that won him the title doesn't win him this
20.
leg. 10 to Harrison for 1-0. Can he just nudge it across? That's a nice little lie for the Swedes.
Game shot.
And he uses it eventually
Andreas Harrison
to take the opening leg. He leaves Conan Whitehead 1-0.
One of the things that Conan's going to have to do in this game is what he's already done today.
To throw first.
His doubling has been mythical. And I don't use that word lightly. I really don't. 4 out of 5 in his first
85.
game. 4 out of 7 in his next game. 4 out of 6 in his game after that. He's getting 4 shots at a
100.
double at least in every game, which is a good start. But he's not taking many other shots to get the job done.
100.
He might even pay for the fact that he's missed double 16 in that first leg. And when you consider that he was 31% on his doubles for the first day of the week,
100.
the improvement in that department has been outstanding.
In fairness, the way today's gone, he's lost the first leg, so he'll probably lose the next 3.
100.
There have been a lot of 4-0s. There have been 6 of them now. You can't discount him.
140.
His ability to gnaw at you and claw his way back into games. His fighting spirit in darts is something that everybody
100. Conan,
knows
you
something
require
about
161.
when it comes to watching Conan.
Down for treble 17. Would have left him a dart of the ball, and you always fancy Whitehead in the middle
78.
portion of the ball, but that's a slip with the
Andreas,
last
you
dart.
require 160.
So Harrison comes back 116 to establish a 2-0 lead to back the break that he got in the last leg up, but he strayed into the treble 1, and so Whitehead comes
42.
back for the break
Conan,
back.
you require 83.
Bullseye.
49. Andreas, you require 74.
To not take 161 in 6 darts at this level can be construed as a mistake.
54.
Harrison does not
Conan,
pounce.
you require 34.
Decision time.
Double 16 was what he missed in the first leg.
Game
But
shot on the
it's a
second
change
leg.
of fortunes
Conan
in the
Whitehead.
second, and Whitehead gets the break back. It's one apiece. And Andreas Harrison, already in the first couple of legs in this match, has missed 5 darts at double. Opportunities are presenting
Third leg, it's
itself for the
Conan to throw
Barbarian.
first.
And one
Game on.
interested spectator in the practice room will be Matt Denon about now.
So we've talked about Andreas's really good form over the last couple of days.
60.
We've mentioned Conan's finishing today. Let us not forget that Harrison himself has been really good at his finishing today as well. 4 from 9 in his first game. 4 from 7 in his game after that.
180.
That's his first 180 of this game. But in his third game, 4 from 10, which is still 40%. That's his worst doubling performance of the day.
41.
You heard that right. His worst.
Hello, Andreas. That's a 5th. But he can't find the
123.
6th.
We have had 7 today from Matthew Dennett.
85.
I wonder with Conan Whitehead, in terms of the way this group's going, is it a 1 bird in the hand or 2 in the bush type approach? Because
43.
in that final game, if he wins here, does he want Harrison to stretch away and have a better chance of getting into Group B, or does he want Denon to win to then have a chance of winning the group, but have his Group C chances a little bit tougher to take?
No, not at all. He wants
44.
Denon to win that
Andreas, you
game.
require
Because
155.
Conan will still believe he can win this group. That's the way he rolls. He doesn't like settling for second spot or a place in Group B.
60.
Group B he will take if it becomes impossible. But while it's still possible and he's got these players in front of him, he can affect a lot of things. He's playing
140.
like a champion,
Andreas, you require 95.
like someone who still believes he can win Group A.
$75 left, and he went 25 bull, and he's found the bullseye. A case of the
79.
mysterious
Conan,
on
you
Halloween
require
night from
131.
Dirty Harry. Well, he played Trick or Treat,
91.
and he may well
Andreas, you
find
require
something
60.
sweet if he can find the 16. And when the dart goes in like that, can he just nudge it across?
score.
No.
All 3
Conan, you
drifted too
require
far
40.
left. And Whitehead is hungry.
Game shot on the third
Big
leg.
dart, that one.
Conan Whitehead.
This doubling performance is not to the same level as previous games, but boys are good enough so far.
Fourth leg, it's Andreas
2
to
out of
throw
7.
first. Game on.
And I didn't expect him to be 2-1 up, averaging under 80. But this is the part of the day where things just get a little bit harder.
125.
Your attention span is tested. Your endurance is tested. And it's not just things that you're doing on the stage that help you to succeed. It's what you do prior to getting on the stage as well. It's how you prepare. There's that trusty 54 twice.
128.
And at this point, can we look at Andreas Harrison and can we look at a potential drop-off in form? The average 83.79 in this one. That coming off the back of a 77 average
100.
against Sebastian Białowski. Is it too early to suggest that, or could we be heading in that direction?
No, I think it's a bit too early. I think we need to maybe judge his numbers at the end
95.
of the day. Everybody who plays a 3-day campaign will have a lull at some point. You look back to when Jim McEwen in Southampton got 28 points. Did he play high 80s, 90s, 100 average stuff all the time? No. He won some games with 70-odd averages. David Evans last week, 28
60.
points. Did he play
Andreas
obliterating stuff all week?
136.
No. He had to grind some of them out. That's what Andreas is looking to do here.
96.
Good grinding. 96 to leave tops. Uh-oh.
140. Andreas, you require 40.
Here's me thinking the third 180 of the game was coming right there. Double 10.
Game shot.
That is such a lovely dart.
Andreas Harrison.
I like to see shots like that, where you're getting the third dart in, pressure applied,
Fifth
and
leg, it's
stopping
Conan
your
to throw
opponent from
first.
getting any chance
Game
at
on.
all. It's now 2-2. Fascinating game.
Well, prior to this one getting underway, both players were talking the talk, but now it's a best of
83.
3 to see who's going to walk the walk. And for both players, this could set in motion how the rest of their group could follow. Remember, both have a game more to play. Whitehead takes on
81.
Grundy. That could be a de facto eliminator as to who the third horse in this race is going to be. And then Harrison takes on Dennant in the final game of the day.
100.
I don't know if you've ever noticed, but the flights that Conan uses, they've got a somewhat Halloween theme. A skull with hair.
55.
It's not on purpose, by the way. He
100.
uses these flights all the time. I didn't know that skeletons had tongues, by the way, based on the illustration on that flight.
You were telling me this morning you're watching loads of those
60.
types of films. What don't they say?
Enlighten me?
Oh, you're watching an Adam Sandler film involving
84.
vampires and that
Hotel
type.
Transylvania. That is funny. I'm a little bit late to the party with that one.
58. Conan, you require 134.
Well, Conan was a little bit late to the party at Champions Week considering the slow start he had, but he's made significant gains on day 2 and can set up here to lead 3-2 against the table topper and the seemingly invincible at times,
94.
Andreas Harrison.
I think the players in this group are starting to look at Conan very differently
100.
today.
Conan, you require 40.
He did not show up yesterday.
Game
But
shot
he's
on the
showing
fifth
up
leg.
today.
Conan Whitehead.
This whole argument or discussion, let's put
Sixth
it that
leg, it's
way,
Andreas to throw
of
first.
who is the best
Game
player
on.
outside of the PDC elite system. It will rage on year after year after year.
100.
And there are many players who could legitimately say, I feel like one of the best players without a tour card. This week, only one person can grab the
60.
£20,000 and maybe say that about themselves this week.
Do you remember the previous Champions Week when I was up on the balcony with Steve West and he was not happy about the fact that he was not being
100.
spoken about in those particular circles?
Maybe not by people he was listening to, but there were people out there who had not discounted him, that's for sure.
140.
But you think about 2023, Littler, Van Peer, West, Raymond Smith
180.
at the start of the year. How many people have been saying, what about Conan Whitehead?
100.
I don't
Andreas,
hear
you
many
require
people saying that.
121.
I'll take the 1-2-1 this time. But maybe Conan Whitehead
105.
is like a 20 grand canyon just simmering beneath the surface, but ready to explode on the big moment.
Should go bull here.
83.
Should have gone bull.
Androsia requires 16.
Stays in 3-dot territory.
Game shot.
It didn't make any difference. We go the distance.
Harrison.
And I make that the second time today.
7th and final leg. It's Conan to throw
We didn't
first.
get a great deal of 4-3s yesterday either. There were 3 of them yesterday. So 7-leg matches are at a premium. And look what that means to Whitehead. 4th 180 of the game. 2 each now. Could be huge, that one.
And the first real show of emotion in this game from Whitehead.
How good is his 54 shooting? My word. 5 big trebles from 6 darts to start leg 7. With the darts as well.
140.
He's telling the Swede, you're not having this.
He's left Dirty Harry lurking in the wind.
100.
He's left himself on 93 after 9. You feel like Harrison's going to have to fill this up. And even then, that may mean nothing. Has to find a couple of trebles, isn't going to. And so Whitehead here has got 6 starts for the match on 93 to condemn the Swede to just a second defeat of the group and would open the group up in his favour.
It's got to be the 14s now.
53.
The layup was good, but only just. That's like hitting a 5-iron down the fairway and you only just finish short of the pond. All's well that ends well.
100.
And this one
Conan,
could end very well. It does end well.
And the match,
13-dart hold in the last leg in what was a very, very entertaining game between England and Sweden. And that man, Conan Whitehead, is very much in the conversation with 4 wins from 4 today. That will get him to 10 points in the table, only 4 points behind his Swedish opponent in that last game of round number 4. He's still 12 legs behind in the table in leg difference, but my word has he done a great job to get closer today. Białecki has not had a good day, neither has Steve West, but one of them must win game number 13 after this.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Yeah, Superman will be a contender at Champions Week. Matt Clark, of course, a former grand finalist, lost out to Raymond Smith in the final of Series 2. And he may well be battling it out with Sebastian Białecki in Group C when he makes his entrance this week. He's playing in the next game. And if we take a look at the results from today, well, he's hoping to put an end to this horror trend. Only one leg to his name, Sebastian Białecki. 3 4-0 defeats. He takes on Steve West, who has turned things around in terms of performances and in his last match results as well. A couple of ton-topping averages, a 4-0 win for him. And that means in terms of the table that he's just stopped that slide. He sits in 5th position, but level on points with Rob Grundy and only 2 points behind Conan Whitehead, who's won all of his matches today. Matt Dennant has got 2 points more than him and is 2 points behind the league leader, Andreas Harrison. Now, Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon are ready to talk you through the final 3 matches of the day. And I guess the question that I'm going to ask to Paul is, how many players are in contention for top spot?
That's a really good question, Chris. At the minute, you've probably got to say 3, with Conan having a charge on Tuesday. Matt Dennant is only 2 points behind Harrison now, and make no mistake, that Whitehead win over Harrison has done him a huge
Sebastian to
favour.
throw first. Game on.
But with Grundy and West on 8 points, if results can go their way in the final round of matches here today, maybe 3 players could become 5. We know for a fact that Białecki is going to be looking at Group C come Thursday and Friday. But this is a must-win for Steve.
60.
If Grundy beats Whitehead, that's a great result for the top 2. We'll get to that in due course. This game, however, has got to be a win for West if he stands any chance of making top spot by the end of tomorrow's session.
If you're Sebastian Białecki, what are you looking at here? What are you trying to gain
100.
in this game?
Anything in the shape of confidence. And confidence can't be bought. It's something that can be built. You've got to start somewhere. He's had 13 darts at double today. 13. In 2 of those games of 4, he's had darts at double. The other 2, he has not had a single shot.
140.
He needs a performance that is just more likely to worry an opponent, because today he has not worried anybody.
But this is more of a frightening thought for his opponents as he nails in a max.
That's his first one of the day. Only his 3rd
177
of the week, and then West just backs him up with a 177.
Must be thinking, why now? Double 16.
73.
But it doesn't go for Seb, and so Steve West comes 24. Back for yet another leg. He can win in the 5-visit range if he can pin the double 12. He's edging closer, but not quite close enough.
That collision was
Sebastian requires
very
16.
odd. His darts do a little bit of a twirl in the air, and it just didn't twirl its way into 12s. Desmond.
Game shot on the first leg.
Second leg of the day on double 2. That one got away from Westy, and Białecki does get himself
second leg
that second leg of the day.
Game on.
When you talk about Desmond there, and in the church, Sebastian would have been praying to a high and mighty figure.
125.
Could do with some peace of mind. Could this noble Pole?
41.
Who's the biggest sports star in Poland at the minute? It could be, it's not going to be Krzysztof Ratajski because he's big, but he's maybe not as big
100.
as Iga Świątek or Robert Lewandowski. Would they be the biggest ones?
You'd say it'd be them two, especially Iga at the minute, the way that she's dominating the women's game.
And what about Adrian Maronk?
45.
Great golfer. Won on the DP World Tour recently. Great golfer. Just missed out on the Ryder Cup.
100.
You thought I was kidding there, didn't you? You didn't think that was a real person.
I'll be honest, I had no idea.
Yeah, he's got a great swing.
Steve West in full swing, averaging above the ton in
99.
these early stages, but finds himself a leg to nil down. And in his last 2 games has averaged above a ton, 101.36 and a 4-2 defeat to Conan
56.
Whitehead. And then the 60 dart game against Rob Grundy in a 4-0 victory. That equates to a 100.2 average.
Do you know what Westy's doing wrong here in this group? He's playing brilliantly and losing.
60.
Some people
Steve
have that
required
tag.
120.
They play well and lose. They have big averages and they lose games. Oh,
No
no!
score.
That's the risk, isn't it? That first flight just said, I'm having that, and just grabbed it with both hands.
The only good thing from Steve's perspective is the fact that Sebastian was laid on a non-finish, and so he's going to get a second go, but this time under a bit of pressure.
Oh, 3 double tops instead. He went full Reece Robinson on us.
80. Sebastian, you require 133.
Actually wasn't the worst player, that. Well, I get the feeling that
92.
because nothing
Steve,
has
you
happened
require
for
40.
Sebastian in the bottom left corner, that on 133 there, he should have gone for treble 11.
35.
Steve is not finding a double.
Sebastian, you require
and
41.
Białowski has got a chance of his second leg in a game for the first time today.
And crucially, in the context of this match, it'd be a breaker throw as
Game
well.
shot on the
He
second
finds a
leg.
double 16,
Sebastian
and you can
Białowski.
almost see the way the dart went in first time of asking, the relief on his face. He leads
Third leg,
Steve
it's
West by
Sebastian to
2
throw
legs to nil,
first.
who's had,
Game on.
well, a bit of a problem with the Shanghai. He shakes his head in the background, sees the funny side of it, but he won't be laughing if he can lose this game, because his chances of winning the group may end up between the
134.
Devil and the Deep Blue Sea.
I was doing some housework the other day and I
95.
stumbled upon a beetle in my living room. I did. Called a Devil's Coach Horse beetle. A very Halloween-y style beetle.
97.
And when they're made angry, their tails curl up. And that's exactly how Westy's feeling right now.
121.
How have you brought that back to darts?
Well, some people have got it. Some people don't.
At this point, I'm going to
82.
retire from commentary. I think I'm done.
But you've got to use anger, haven't you? Some players can, some players can't.
83.
Think about Gary Anderson when he gets angry. Everybody watch out. He just squints his eyes behind his glasses. And he just says to
32.
himself, I'm not going to take this. And that's what West has got to do right now. And he might just do it on double 18.
140.
Oh, I was looking at
Sebastian, you
Sebastian's score. I do
require
beg your pardon.
156.
West is hoping that Sebastian does not get a shot at double 18. And he doesn't.
But maybe like the Beatles, it may just well be coming together for Białowski
48.
a little bit.
Steve,
West
you
looking for
require
62
62.
for the break back and for 2-1. This is tops.
Game shot on the
That's
third
2-1.
leg. Steve
That's
West.
the break back, and that's the target you wanted, Steve. And he gives it a good old telling off.
He has just spoken to double top and told it,
Fourth leg, it's
do
Steve
as
to
you're
throw
told.
first. Game on.
You will receive what I give you. Dartboards don't talk, but they do listen.
100.
That's about as deep as I can get on a Tuesday. If you're ever in a bad mood or a good mood, dartboards don't talk back, but they always listen.
123.
He needed that leg.
100.
If that third leg goes to Białowski, I do not see a way back in this game. We haven't seen anybody win from 3-0 down this week. We might not even see it at all.
80.
But from 2-0 down to 2-1, this is very gettable, this game now. Especially with first darts like that.
Well, the thing is, Steve West is severely outscoring Białecki, and here's the scoring power pack to demonstrate that point. 3,140 plus is 8 tons in comparison to 3. So you'd sense that that power scoring is going to lead into opportunities. However,
60.
when he's had the chances at double, this is the correlation. 1 from 7 compared to 2 from 6. And that doesn't include, of course, the bust on the 120.
100.
This is an incomplete game, but so far today, Białecki is 7% on doubles for the day. He only had 13 darts at a double and hit 1.
96. Steve,
That's
you
before
require
this one.
101.
West, 33%. Acceptable if you get enough chances.
61.
He had a chance there,
Sebastian, you require
and he gives one to
142.
Sebastian, albeit a very difficult one.
Well, it would have been a bolt from the blue if Białecki took out the 142. And so West
57.
comes back for Desmond
Steve,
2-2.
require
If he
40.
can find tops, he's had a bit of a love-hate relationship with this in this match.
20.
And it's opened
Sebastian,
up the
you require
opportunity here for
85.
Białecki for the break, a 3-1 lead. And if he can find this 85, he'd be throwing for the match. And so double 14 is what he wants. And what he
Game
gets...
shot on the 4th leg.
Białecki
Sebastian
waves his hand
Białecki.
up in the air by way of apology. Don't apologise, Sebastian. You're a leg away from winning your
Fifth
first
leg, it's
game of the
Sebastian to
day
throw first.
and condemning
Game on.
Steve West to 5th spot in the table. He can't believe what's happening to him today. He went off the 2-1 outsider, Białecki, in a 2-horse race. West went off 4-11 favourite. And now Białecki has got the game in the palm of his hands.
100.
I spoke with Steve this morning and I asked him about the dynamic of the practice room because I thought it might be quite friendly. You got the likes of Dennant and Whitehead and West who know each other from previous PDC Tour
47.
days. Grundy, who's a bit of a newbie. He's only just starting to get to know people, but I'm sure is very friendly as well. But I asked him, what's it like with Andreas
100.
and Sebastian? And then he said, well, Andreas doesn't say much and Sebastian says nothing. Whether that's a language thing or whether it's just his own focus, that's entirely his prerogative.
104.
But at the minute, he's not saying anything, but he's doing something.
But West finds a maximum response just to give Białecki the proverbial tap on the shoulder. 170 for the match.
This game could just be starting.
134. Steve, you
A
require
catalyst is needed
121.
now. Not to be found.
57.
And Białecki has a
Sebastian, you
chance of
require
his best leg of the
36.
day and his best performance of the day.
218 to
Game,
Białecki,
shots,
and it's a
and the
13
match.
darts and still a
Sebastian
4-1
Białecki.
victory. And Sebastian Białecki is on the board for the day. Steve West, well, he ran into some inspired performances. He put in some good stuff. But his day ends in a 4-1 defeat to that man, Sebastian Białecki, who gets on the board for the day. So 86.64, his final average of the day. 4 out of 8 on the finishing. Couple more games to go for us, and it sees the middle two and the top two all in action. We're going to go middle for diddle after this when Whitehead takes on Grundy.
Is 44
Conan, you require
good enough
44.
for Cole?
I bet his heart is pumping at 1,000,000 miles an hour at this point.
Double 16. Whitehead wins the title and wins the jackpot along with it. Under the confetti here at the MODUS Live Lounge, Whitehead is the man. He is the last man standing, and he is the person that cannot be moved from the pinnacle here of stage 1. 4-0 in the final. He just had too much in the arsenal for the gambler. What a stage. What a Champions Week. What a finals night. And that may be the catalyst for the career of Conan the Barbarian.
Well, that was the moment that Conan Whitehead conquered the Super Series, the winner of our very first Champions Night. Did it with a 4-0 win as well, and that has been a common scoreline today. Both of these players have experienced that result. Grundy has had a 4-0 win and a 4-0 defeat. Whitehead himself kicked off with a 4-0 victory today. That triumph against Matthew Dennett, and is charging up the table. If he wins this one, he will have gone through the card and won all 5 of his matches. Can Conan do it? Let's find out in the company of Paul Nicholson, who was, of course, commentating on that moment. He's alongside Henry Deacon.
Yeah, I thought I remembered that voice. I mean, hello, Conan. How are you, pal? Little bit of a wave to the camera. He's relaxed, isn't he, the Barbarian? And with all good reason to be so as well, because he's in good form today. It's been a group of 2 halves. Yesterday, for his high standards, was slightly below par, but today really has turned things on. He's lit the ignition and maybe igniting his Champions Week.
Just a bit. And the reason he is in this fruitful position
First leg, it's Rob to throw
is because
first.
his scoring has
Game
been
on.
good. His doubling has been otherworldly. We talk about a lot of people doing doubles performances of around 35 to 45%, but get a load of this.
140.
Whitehead for the day, 59%. That's not world class. That's universe class.
60.
But can Whitehead find those stratospheric heights on Saturday like you saw in that VT before the match?
140.
A reminder that you can come here to the Super Series. There are selected tickets available for this Saturday, tickets available for Series 6, and that's courtesy of
43.
that QR code. If you scan that, it'll send you to a website called dartshot.tv where you can get tickets to every single Saturday night here at the Live Lounge in Porto. On top of that, there's also tickets for the World Seniors Championship at the Circus Tavern in
93.
February available. But Grundy here, first to a finish on 128 on throw. Whitehead, uncharacteristically for him today, has got off to a bit of a slow start.
Robbie required 128.
I wonder what's left in the tank. It's been quite a high adrenaline day for Conan. Rob Grundy's got half as many points today as Conan Whitehead. He's got 4. And his doubling percentage for the day is 43%. Just goes to show how good Conan has been, because he dwarfs that statistic
41.
of the man from
Robbie
Hartlepool.
required 40. Game shot
That
on the
is
first
very
leg.
good.
Rob
What a
Grundy.
start. And that mirrors what Conan did at the back end of his last match with a 13-darter.
Second leg, it's Conan to throw first.
Trying to finish with a bit of vigour, Rob Grundy. Victory for him.
125.
Put him on to 10 points. Both players will be on 10 points following the culmination of the second day's play.
I'm not sure it's a good thing that Harrison plays Dennett in the last match. For anybody
96.
really, apart from the 2 people who are playing each other. We talked when Matthew Dennett was playing in game 11, what kind of situation
40.
he would crave. I'd have to say that everything has gone the way of Matthew Dennett in the last few matches. Now it's up to him to finish the day and to be in the ultimate striking position when it comes to the
60.
last day of Group A. But Whitehead who has always been in the middle or towards the edge of the pack to the back.
180.
Has he left himself too much to do, I wonder?
Harrison and Dennett playing in the last game does him no favours whatsoever. That's fair to say.
But the most important thing is that you recognise
28.
how many
Conan
people go through this group
156.
and using that scenario to find out what Conan wants. First, he wants a win against Grundy.
100.
And I think the better result for him is for Dennett to win and go to 14. Yes, there would be a bit of a gap between himself and top 2.
134.
But you'd rather catch someone on 14
Conan,
points than 16.
56.
He's got time on tops.
Game shot
Needs
on the
no
second
time.
leg. Conan
Doesn't wait
Whitehead.
around at all, does Conan Whitehead. Levels up at 1 apiece. Legs of 13 followed by
Third leg, it's
14
Rob to throw
in the
first.
opening couple
Game
of this
on.
one. Level we are at 1 apiece.
Not to make too many puns today,
55.
but Conan Whitehead is doubling like Cindy Lauper today. He's hitting them time after time. And he's hitting those as well.
180.
Extraordinary.
Well, Ko just wants to have fun. He's hit a max after visit 1.
140.
And considering what he's done on this stage, a 9 darter would have been the crowning glory.
100.
There's time for that. This is all about just getting the win. What people tend to forget when they have 9 dart attempts, no matter what leg it is, the most important thing is to win the leg.
80.
Think about some of the famous 9 darters in history, and even here at the MODUS Super Series.
100.
Forget about the 9 dart attempt or the 9 dart leg. Think about how important winning the leg is. The most famous way of putting this is that Premier League final with Phil Taylor and James Wade. The end of that game, it was 10-8 to Taylor.
121.
He doesn't hit those 2 9 darters. He could lose that final.
57.
Right here,
Robbie
Whitehead just wants the leg.
167.
And even before we get there, he wants a chance to win it.
This would be the biggest finish at this Champions Week, but the 167 isn't going to go, and so Ko will get a go on 64 for the break of throw and a 2-1 lead.
95.
Both players
Conan
averaging
requires
around
64.
about 93.5 here. Both have only needed 1 dart at double to complete their legs.
Game shot on the
Ko
third
only needs
leg.
1 to win this
Conan
leg.
Whitehead.
That's a 14 darter. It's back-to-back 14s as far as Whitehead is concerned. He breaks Rob
Fourth leg,
Grundy
it's Conan to
and he's
throw
halfway
first.
towards the victory
Game
post.
on.
Halfway to 12 points. The position that Matt Dennett is in.
$100.
Could be like a game of Monopoly this week, you know. In order to go past Go and collect £20,000, you're going to have to go past Ko. He genuinely thinks that his name is going to be on that check again.
60.
He has this innate belief. It's somewhat celestial, his belief, because he's already said, I am going to be the champion.
140.
It's almost as if he knows. He doesn't know. He can't know. But what he's trying to do is say to himself
41.
in a confident manner, I am going to do this. And I love that kind of confidence.
Now, remember, Conan Whitehead began today bottom of the pile in Group A. There's a conceivability, the way the fixtures pan out. This is the
45.
first game of tomorrow, all told. Dennett plays West Game 2. Białowski plays Harrison in Game 3. There's a possibility that by 10 to 10 tomorrow, depending on the result of the last
60.
match, there could be 3 players tied at the top. And Conan Whitehead's second game of the day is against Andreas Harrison. Then as the day goes along, Whitehead's final game tomorrow
36.
is against Matt Dennett. And prior to that, Andreas Harrison takes on Steve West. There could be a plot thickening here.
But before we get to that, we've got some gumption.
180.
And we've got a third 180 of the game from Conan, who is emptying the tank right here. He's giving this game everything he's got left today. And that's exactly what you've got to do.
96.
You can measure yourself through the day, but come game
60.
5, give it everything you've got left. It's exactly what he's doing. And it gives him a 3-1 lead. This is the Conan Whitehead that everybody expects to see. The one who goes gung-ho and says, this is my game. Grundy is being cast out into the bottom 3, and Whitehead is looking good for the top 3 all of a sudden.
Conan Whitehead has had 3 darts at tops in this match. He has found each and every single one of them to open up a 3-1 lead. Grundy hits a max at the beginning of the 5th.
I said at the start of this match that Whitehead's doubling was amazing.
56.
So was Rob's. Never did I think that Conan might even improve on his daily statistics, his daily percentage. I think he's going to do that.
140.
Full credit to the man from Hartlepool, though. He refuses to wilt.
He has got heart and steel
180.
in abundances, but this man here, Conan Whitehead, with his 4th max of the match, just has class in a glass, but this man is showing his true bottle.
140.
He's got 11 180s for the day now, Whitehead, which equals the daily record for the week. West yesterday had 11. And he's still not
35.
finished. He might get another one.
Robbie required 41.
This is for a potential 11 dart leg here for Rob Grundy. Double 16.
9.
Not to be, but he is going to come back. You can see the reaction there. He knew he's a whisker of a wire away.
Can't use the 25 to get to a finish.
45. Robbie required 32.
May have to rely on the next leg to get the job done. If indeed he can.
No score.
Not again. That happened a little bit earlier in the day. He had double 8 and he hit a single 16.
Sailing below like he's throwing a paper aeroplane into the air.
140.
And now there's going to be an air of anxiety
32.
around Rob Grundy because that 140 has left Whitehead on 45 for the match.
On the 5th
but
leg.
when needs
Rob
must,
Grundy.
Grundy comes up trumps, pinning the double 16 to bring it back to 3-2. But
Sixth
Whitehead now has the darts to complete the job.
On.
How many times do you say double 16 hit twice to win a leg? Not very often.
140.
Technically, he didn't need one of them. Each and every leg that you see here at the Super Series is just a little bit different to something you've seen before. Same could be said for games as well. And this one is far from done. This is just like what we said about Steve West against Białecki.
128.
It is must win.
But just when you thought the doors might be a sliding, Conan is trying to slam it shut in the face of Rob Grundy.
75.
I don't know about you, Henry, but if I see Conan Whitehead in the mood where he's going to slam a door, I'm usually about 50 metres away. Because I get the feeling he could slam something like a door very, very hard. Just like his 180 hitting in this game, which has been better than any game we've seen this week. For the first time here in Champions Week, someone's had 5 180s in a game.
Well, Conan Whitehead has opened up the door for himself to be a player in the Group A contention race.
Changed his mind. He thought about 17. He went to 13.
43.
2 missed starts at double. They are rare for Conan all day. Never mind in this game. But if there's a time where he can be afforded misses at double, it's probably right there.
Because look at the Grundy riposte.
137. Conan, you required 10.
Pressure on this double five. Well, it's knocked one out.
Game,
but
shot, and
Whitehead
the match.
wins
Conan
4-2
Whitehead.
against Rob Grundy. A 15 darter completes the job for the Barbarian, and it keeps him in the mix as far as winning Group A is concerned. And now he watches on to see what happens in the final game between Andreas Harrison and Matt Denham. This the tail of the tape in this one. Both players with averages above the 90 mark. 4 out of 8 on the doubles for Conan. But Harrison against Denham, the top two go toe-to-toe in our final game of the session to see who is going to be the player at the top of the pile going into the final day of Group A here at Champions Week.
Welcome back to Champions Week here at the Super Series, and no surprise to see this man alongside me, a man who's had his hands on the trophy before. And Conan, what a recovery today. Yesterday, just one victory, but 5 out of 5 today.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday it was pretty devastating to myself. I mean, I didn't feel like I played that bad, that I should have lost 4 games. But I did, and like my missus put something on Facebook last night, and I said, don't worry, I've been here before. I said, I know how to get through the Saturday. I'll be there.
You did seem like a man on a mission today, quite pumped up for your games as well. Did you come here with that sort of intent?
100%. I mean, this morning I looked on Facebook, it reminded me it was my nan's birthday, and she died 4 years ago, and I thought this morning, do you know what, I'm going to, today, for my nan, she's looking over me, and she survived me a few darts there. But
right.
That's why I've done it for my nan today. And
yeah, lovely touch. And I know it's been a family affair for you. I saw something on Facebook myself with your wife and kids watching on, cheering on. It was only around a year ago when you picked up that trophy yourself, and you had motivation there from your daughter, didn't you?
I mean, I'm a big family man, so anything with my family, it drives me, to be honest. I mean, with my daughter, I mean, hopefully she'll be coming out tomorrow to see me. I haven't seen her since Friday morning, so I went up to the Challenge Tour, and I miss her like mad, and I miss the missus like mad. But hopefully they come up tomorrow. We'll see how the results go first, and then I'll decide like what's going to happen. But I'm looking forward to seeing the family rather than the darts, to be honest. So it's taking my mind off the darts so I can just relax.
Well, let's just keep your mind on the darts a little longer. We're going to reflect on what happened last year when you became our first Super Series champion. That winning moment on the screen in front of you. Now, what are your memories of this?
Honestly, there isn't too many memories. All I remember, I went in concentrated, and all like you see there, I was 3-0 up, and I wasn't expecting to be 3-0 up. And then that last 32, I mean, I've watched it back, and I remember in the commentary they said, like, this is probably the biggest start of his life. And yeah, to be fair, it was, but it didn't feel like that at the time, because you sort of get involved in the game, and it's... But yeah, to win that game there 4-0, I'm hopefully going to replicate that this week, so you'll never know.
Yeah, and well, they did say it was the biggest start of your life. Is it something that's changed things a lot for you, winning that title here?
Yes and no. I mean, yes, definitely, like, money side of it, yes, but darts, no. I'm still no different to when I won it. I'm just me. I'm going to turn up. I'm going to try my hardest. I'm going to beat anyone in front of me.
Coming good at the same time of year for a tilt at winning a second Super Series title. 1 day to go in Group A. What's the plan?
Same as today, really. Just get my head on play. I mean, if you want to be honest, I'm a bit gutted I'm not playing Luke Littler this week, because he called me out on his final night and said he's looking forward to playing me because I said I was going to win another one and he was going to put a stop to it, but he's not here, so...
Yeah, you are. You certainly are. And you're certainly in contention. We'll show you the league table as well. Look, you started at bottom. You're now up to third, joint on points in second place. It's going to be a decent race between the three of you tomorrow, isn't it?
I mean, the problem I had starting off today was my leg difference. My leg difference was awful this morning, and that was my main target, to get me leg difference in the positive. I mean, yeah, it's back in the positive, but now I'm on 12 points, which is huge. So I've got all to play for tomorrow.
Mathematically, this last match could be huge, but I'm sure you won't be thinking of that, will you?
I'm not too worried. I mean, I'm planning to do the same as what I did today. I'm playing for 5 out of 5 tomorrow, and if I do 5 out of 5 tomorrow, I'll win the group. So, happy days.
There we go. Well, you did it today. Well done. And we will get this last match underway. It is a meeting between Andreas Harrison and Matt Dennen, and Henry and Paul will talk you through it.
Every now and again, we hear from someone who has a very, very good day. Not often do we hear from someone who has won a Champions Week and has just put themselves back in with the chance of qualifying for a Saturday through Group A, courtesy of what has been an inspired Tuesday for Conan Whitehead. Absolutely gripping interview, and I tip my hat to him for spending the time with Chris Murphy
Andreas
there.
To throw first. Game
I
on.
was glued to every single word he was saying. The inspiration of his nan, his family, and he didn't give himself enough credit. You never do, Conan. I'm going to pay credit to you right now, because for the
100.
day, 57% on the doubles, you deserve every single bit of credit we lay your way. Well done, and welcome to the race for the Group A spot.
He's the same class of vintage on the hockey as he is off it. And talking about two-class operators, it is the top two that go toe-to-toe here. And Conan Whitehead, like he was back in Series 1 when he won it, the qualification week in which he won it, will be glued to his screen watching this one, like he was glued to the screen watching the 9-dart shootout that week.
That was fun.
43.
That was Ryan Finesse, Lee Shewan, and Andy Hamilton. Ryan Finesse won the shootout. Hamilton squeezed his way through in second position. First time that happened, this place was buzzing.
93.
And I remember
Andreas
walking into that practice room, you know.
161.
The one person who was buzzing more than anybody else was Conan Whitehead. He couldn't wait to see what happens next, and we can't wait to see what happens next in this one, because I can, hand on heart, 100% say that
95.
He wants Matthew Dennant to win this game. He does not want a 4-point gap at the top between himself and Harrison. He wants a 2-point gap between himself and both of them.
Andreas requires 66.
And it is the Swede who's got off to the better start, leaving himself on 66 after 12. It's double 18. First one on the wide. He nudges the second one across to the left.
Harrison.
And Harrison picks up a 1-0 lead early on.
Second leg, it's Matt to throw
Conan
first.
made a very good point,
Game
though.
on.
Regardless of what happens in this result, it's entirely up to him tomorrow.
85.
He may need the tiniest bit of help if Andreas gets a second Well, gets a win over Matthew Dennett here because he didn't beat him yesterday.
100.
But I think he was philosophical in saying, well, I can't influence what happens here.
58.
I will handle it tomorrow. Dennett could really use this victory for very different reasons.
140.
But Harrison, in his biggest game of the day, and maybe the biggest game of the group, is saving some of his best numbers. This is kind of a bit of a role reversal of their fixture yesterday, where Dennett won by 4 legs to 0 against Harrison.
I think we're about to find out what kind of front runner Andreas is.
93.
It feels like he's been at the top of the tree for quite a while. Most of the day, in fact. After winning his first game today against Steve West by 4 legs to 0, he has been at the top ever since. Because Dennett lost his first game 4-0, and that changed the complexion of the table.
Matt, you require
just like that 7 has changed the complexion of this leg.
But isn't this Andreas Harrison and the conception of him to a T, that he's been top for so long? He's played some of the best darts of this group, but yet he hasn't been wildly spoken about. Well, we won't see a wild celebration of the 161 goes. But if he can pin the ball, he breaks Matt Dennett and opens up a 2-0 lead. And that is the biggest finish of Champions Week so far. A 161 for Andreas Harrison to lead 2-0.
It's the biggest checkout of the week so far, but it is flat out the weirdest 6-dot conversion I've seen in the last year since we came to Portsmouth. 7, followed by a 161. Okay.
140.
Matt Dennett will be puzzled looking at that. And the celebration, or the lack of it, from Andreas told you a bit of a story as well.
135.
He understood that he had 3 small singles, followed by one of the hardest checkouts on the dartboard.
96.
It complexes the function betwixt the ears. The cogs inside the brain must well be whirling now for Matt Dennett.
We really do start looking at the fixtures for tomorrow, don't we? Because if Dennett doesn't get the job done here,
57.
There are 2 problems. 1, leg difference will swell for Harrison, making his position at the top even more rosy.
60.
I love what Conan said as well about the leg difference fact, that he was looking to get into the positive. He has done that. But his problem with Harrison being 4 points in front if he wins this game is that the leg difference will improve again for the Swede.
126.
Just when Conan thought he was in the red, he may find himself in the black. Harrison looking for double 6 or 1-2-6. And what a performance this is becoming from Andreas Harrison. Back-to-back ton-topping finishes to lead Matt Dennett by 3 legs to 0 in the biggest game of the group. Harrison is putting in a rock-steady performance. 45 darts for the first 3 legs, and Dennett needs to come up with a perfect reply. That's not a bad way to start. But everything he's thrown at the Swede, Harrison has had the answer to.
60. 59.
That 161 finish gazumps the 154 of Steve West against Andreas yesterday as the highest checkout of Champions Week. Looks to fill it up. Does fill it up.
171.
What a setup to leave himself 91 after 9. Maybe there's still life in this game yet.
100. Matt, you're requiring 91.
Because Dennett's got 6. This is only for a hold, it should be stated.
51.
And lays up for tops after 12. And Harrison can only try and pile something big in and hope that there's a miss from Dennant's end.
100. Matt, you required 40.
To get one on the board. And Harrison's left lurking on another ton-topping finish. Double 10.
20.
Doesn't go.
Andreas, you required
And this would be
101.
for 3 consecutive ton-plus outs for consecutive 15 dart legs. Tots of Harrison. And a top performance from the Swede, who tops the pile in Group A at Champions Week. 60 darts to demolish Matt Dennant, and he inflicts a 4-0 defeat, of which he suffered to the hands of the Midlands man yesterday. Andreas Harrison, well, that little bit of a smile is probably as much emotion as you're going to get from him. 100.2 the overall average and 3 ton-plus checkouts. It began with that 161. It finished with the 101. And Harrison, on 16 points, is top of the pile after beating Matt Dennant by 4-0.
Yeah, indeed, a very good way to end the day for Andreas Harrison. And those 3 players we've just seen, Dennant, Harrison and Whitehead, they're going to be in that race tomorrow, aren't they?
Yes, they are, but someone is going to be at the top of the field, and that's Andreas Harrison. You think about the steady nature of his play over the first 2 days, discounting that first one from yesterday, but what a great time to find your best performance of the group against one of your closest rivals and making a statement before Wednesday is even here.
Yeah, stunning stuff from him. Let's get final confirmation of all 15 results from today. I mean, it started with dominant victories from Harrison and Whitehead, and that's kind of continued throughout the day.
It is. It's a bit of a bookend day for him, isn't it? Because he beat Steve West by 4-0 and got Matthew Dennant by 4-0 at the end, but he's been superb all day long, and he's got another 4-0 against Sebastian Białowski. It's going to be fascinating to look at the daily numbers, and his finishing has been superb all day long. But the fact that his finishing wasn't as good as Whitehead today tells you an incredible story.
Well, let's talk about all 3 players in that race, starting with Matt Dennant. Now, he hasn't had the greatest day. He started at top of the table, but kicked off well. The first match he lost, but the second match he recovered well. Story that 140 checkout and a 4-0 win against Sebastian Białowski.
Yeah, I think this is a really good win for Matt, because if you consider how he started the day, this is a really good bounce back. I know he's playing the person who has struggled the most in the group, but the fact remains that he still had to win, and he got the job done. And he's in the frame tomorrow, and that's all we ask when it comes to the end of Tuesday. He's still got a chance.
Yeah, well, let's give you the chance to lavish some purple pros upon one player, and that player, of course, is our Series 1 champion, Conan Whitehead. All 5, a man on a mission, and it's mission accomplished.
The only negative thing I can say, really, is that maybe he's given himself a bit too much to do, but my word, as far as daily campaigns are concerned, he was the first person to put in a ton-topping winning average against Steve West. That was an extraordinary game. But everybody else, he just seemed to have their measure. And whether it was close, whether it was dominant, it was very, very watchable. That game with West was extraordinary in Game 8.
Yeah, both players averaging in 3 figures in that one. It was a really, really good game. Steve West, who didn't start the day well, but played well really there. Conan Whitehead, though, really pleased to have won that type of match, because both men, as you can see, averaged more than 101. And then he just carried on, convincing win against Harrison as well.
Yeah, really, really close as well. 13 darter to finish it off. And that's the kind of darts he's going to need tomorrow if he's going to topple Harrison. He knows he's going to have to beat Dennant. He knows he's going to have to beat Harrison. But in the words of Conan Whitehead, who was standing here about 20 minutes ago, he said he's going to have to go through the card, and I believe him.
Yeah, that victory against Harrison is probably the one that keeps him in contention. Maybe just keeps Harrison honest as well, because if he'd gone through the card himself today, then it might have been over.
It also keeps Matthew Dennant interested as well, because if Andreas wins that game, he's in the wind. He is out of sight, and he's probably not going to be caught. But that one result, we'll talk about it more tomorrow, but my word, is it important.
But Harrison did leave Dennant in his trail in that final match of the day. He kept leaving 161, didn't he? He was bound to hit it at some point.
Well, let's face facts. This is a great finish, but it's hilarious because he hit 7 before that. He's got a single 5 and 2 single 1s, and he's castigating himself, saying, why did I just do that? But well done, Andreas. You left yourself a finish, and you took it. But biggest of the week, well done.
Right, Paul, let's have a look at the table. Analyse this, because we've got Harrison 4 points clear. It's a big gap, but it's not unassailable, is it, from those two players on 12?
Not at all. When you consider that someone like Matt or Conan, if they go through the card tomorrow, they are taking points away from Harrison and the other person. So 4-point gap, yes, it looks healthy, but my God, it won't feel it overnight. It will feel like, okay, we've got a job to do. Harrison will probably set a target of 8 points tomorrow, and 8 points will be good enough.
Final question is going to be on the player who's had the worst time of it. It's Halloween, after all. It's been a horror show, hasn't it, from Sebastian Białecki. He can't win the group now. How does he approach tomorrow?
Just free rolling, really. He's got to find something that clicks before Group C. Simple as that. It has been a horror show, but it's over now. Tomorrow is a different month, and he can start November well by getting some good reps in there, some good wins. And let's not forget, he has won a game each day, so that's encouraging, but he's going to need to knit more together. And he's caused Steve West all sorts of problems by beating him in that final round, because now Steve is scrapping for Group B.
Absolutely, but there is going to be a 3-horse race for that first place at finals night on Champions Week, and one player will get it tomorrow. Just a reminder, we are back at 9:30 a.m. live here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and on Sporty Stuff TV. So do join us 1st of November, 9:30, to see who is the first on the finals night stage.